what was the incentive to bring it down then? If
you see, this is where the Jews trap you down. Witness this in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Okay,
yeah.
They want to box you down to be like, well, what you want you to make a claim. I'm not making a claim. I'm pointing something out which is like indisputable. And if it's indisputable, then it brings everything else into question.
Well, I don't think it's indisputable.
Well, that's because you're following a fucking narrative. You're not actually looking at the facts. I'm not making an assertion. I'm pointing out something that has a gaping hole in it. Okay, that's a very different thing. What they want you to do is, oh, so you mean this? No, that's not what I said. You see, and then that's where they do this.
Who is the cabal?
Exactly, but you don't have to. You can follow the money later. Like who placed all those trades? You know that evidence is there. That exists. It's just being chosen to be hidden for now, right? Unless
but I don't think that's a fair argument because like there's better ways to make money than that.
Amazing. There's better ways to make money.
David, you should know better. Being from New York, it's unbelievable.
Okay, David, go look at this. You know.
Well, I believe that it was taken down by terrorists.
Well, that's amazing because you don't know shit and you want to believe. You see?
Yeah, but they admitted to wanting to do it, so and they tried it once before in the car bomb.
People that were funded by the CIA, those people.
Terrorist organizations, they claim fucking victory over attacks that they didn't perpetrate all the fucking time. This is like, you know, not an unknown concept, right?
What about the truck bomb in the garage at the World Trade Center that happened the first?
Well, that's a previous incident. You see, like now you're just like piling on all this other bullshit.
But wasn't that a terrorist attack?
But what the fuck has that got to do with Building 7 coming down?
No, because like
when it wasn't struck by a fucking plane. You see, this is where
David, you must be trolling right now.
Yeah.
Well, it would be smart if he was trolling. I'm not giving him that much credit. At the end of the day, coming back to
but I think
amazing.
The obsession with Building 7 is
well, you see, that's what the Jews want you to say. Oh, what do you care about a couple? What do you care about a couple immigrants? Don't you worry about that. You see, they always want you to not worry about the thing that you should worry about the fucking most.
I don't know. All these 9/11 conspiracy theories always talk about Building 7.
David, did a plane hit Building 7?
There.
Debris, a lot of debris hit Building 7. Yeah.
So debris is gonna knock it down like a control building.
I mean, I was at the World Trade Center. Building 7 is right up against it. It's like literally.
Oh my god. These buildings were fucking designed to take
other time in history has falling debris caused an entire steel structure to fall into its own footprint?
And there's a fucking
it's very rare for buildings to go down. That's not a correct.
It's not very rare. It's a never would be the answer, David.
Yeah, but it's not a fair thing just because it never happened.
David, what the fuck do you know? You know nothing. There's a professors. I think there were professors in a university. I think it's in Alaska, Fairbanks, maybe something like that off the top of my head, and they got the designs of Building 7 modeled by floor by floor, and they 3D modeled it. That technology wasn't easily available in 2001, I'm guessing, but today it's called FEA, Finite Element Analysis. And by the way the videos show, and there's many different video angles of Building 7 collapsing, it collapses in on it, so that's a very key point. The only way that they can model, and these things are very accurate, today's the finite element analysis. The only way that they can get Building 7 to collapse in the way that it did in real life, as it's documented on video, is to remove over half of the internal columns within it, which would only be possible.
That's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. Shut the fuck up, David. David, I'm gonna fucking kick you, because like this is just not
ridiculous.
You're a fucking read.
I mean, again, let's put it like this. Do you think at the time, right? Do you think que bono? Like that's the easiest way to do this. Like even if we disagree on like the specifics of why the buildings fell down, who stand the most to gain from them doing so, right?
How about forget Building 7? How about this? From Haaretz, the Jews themselves, written by a Jewish author, state, and this is like, I can forget the fucking lines, where Odigo, which is a fucking Israeli-owned messaging app, they acknowledge in their own words, reported in Haaretz, This is the Jews talking about Jews, by the way, not a conspiracy theory. That Otigo, that there was a message sent out in advance of the attack by a number of hours, I believe, in Hebrew. Interesting, in Hebrew, that warning them of an attack. So let's just remove everything else, whether it's Israeli or whatever or not. How that means someone had prior knowledge, nigger. Prior knowledge.
I mean, there's a lot of circumstantial. Like the guy who owned the buildings.
Oh yeah,
he took out-
4.85
he took out
billion.
a fucking
Guys.
massive.
Lucky Larry.
Guys,
He didn't need that insurance payment. So he's already
No,
wealthy.
he didn't need it. He didn't.
There's easier ways to get money than to collapse those stupid.
Yeah, rely on the governor.
Didn't need to
lean on the
fuck it.
fucking
He had,
New
he
York-
could afford
That
to
building
pay
was already
prostitutes.
profitable. It was like 90%
David,
rented already.
David,
Okay.
he had to lean by
That's
his
a
own
terrible
admission.
argument.
By his own admission,
but again,
he had to lean on the new
David,
governor.
it's one of many arguments. So you have Lucky Larry, you have the fact that they have a training session. The United States Air Force has an air exercise the exact same day. Where they're like, oh, you know, we were training for a terrorist attack, and we're
Yes.
doing it on this day.
And the air
Very bad
crews,
timing.
and the air crews literally had to ask, "Is this real world or not?" When the
And
actual
Well, that building was already
And
David,
targeted by a terrorist.
David,
2 days prior,
David's a fucking
Donald
collaborator.
Rumsfeld
He's meant to be
Donald
on you.
Rumsfeld tells
He's just a
Congress
collaborator with the
that like
Clearly.
$4 trillion is missing. And the part of the Pentagon that is responsible for auditing the $4 million missing, they get hit by this massive. How many fucking
And the perhaps most
exorbitant,
surveilled business, perhaps
astronomical.
most surveilled business or building in the fucking US.
So
They only have one camera. They only have one camera of the quote-unquote plane hitting it, which looks suspiciously like a
How
fucking missile.
many astronomically fucking
And
in
See that?
A plane
calculable.
did it. A plane took off from Newark and it hit the Pentagon.
Fuck up.
Are you saying that
the
plane didn't land there?
See the quote-unquote plane that hit the quote-unquote Pentagon? Judicial Watch, who we know throughout the fucking election fraud stuff, Judicial Watch back in the day had to fucking sue the government to release the goddamn footage. There was literally no footage of this mysterious plane hitting the fucking Pentagon. And there was
That's because
no
the
wreckage.
plane was
There
traveling so fast.
David, shut the fuck up. You have no idea
The
whatsoever.
plane was at light speed, and there were no pieces left.
There was literally a CNN reporter on the fucking ground that's like, it's a little known clip, you can find it, it was never aired again, but you can find it, it's online, it's real, it's verifiable. And he states, there's no pieces larger than basically you can pick up with your fucking hands. If you ever look at an aircraft investigation, there's like the 4 quarters of an aircraft. That
Well, it was going so fast. It went in, you see.
How fast can a fucking
It
It went so fast, the pieces disintegrated, you
It
see.
can go over
Yeah,
700 miles an hour.
They just operate.
At full-
It's
and
just
it disintegrated into pieces.
horseshit.
Yeah.
It's just horseshit. This is the shit that they tell normies to get them to go along with war.
Yeah, but
No, if you take a plane at 700 miles an hour into a building, it's going to disappear.
David, what the fuck do you know?
Okay, let's put it like this: the plane that fucking destroyed the only steel structure in history. Magically, one of the hijackers' passports just ended up on the street next to it, so
do you
they
know
could
what
identify him.
do you know what I
It's
find-
like, bro?
Do you know what I find
like,
amazing?
you don't even have to be a conspiracy card to be like, wait, a lot of the things they're talking about here doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
Alex,
David,
do you know that during the recovery process, immediately, this was the fucking world's largest crime scene, but immediately they started putting all of the quote-unquote scrap metal onto barges, and it wasn't processed intentionally. It was not processed in the United States. It was all sent overseas. It was all sent, do you know why? So that there would never be a steel girder or some kind of steel structure that would be sitting somewhere in some fucking guy's scrapyard where you could then go and get the evidence to go and actually reevaluate this in the future. It was all immediately shipped overseas. Why the fuck? Why would you ship? Why would you at great expense ship this metal, which could be
Didn't you
recycled?
guys know about the foundation of the World Trade Center complex? Do you guys understand there's a gigantic
concrete slab, and then like fucking support beams going down.
No, underneath it was a subway station.
Shut up. Damn
It's a
near
terminal.
as tall as the Twin Towers themselves. Going down.
Yes, I've been down there. It's a subway station.
There's multiple reports. There's multiple reports of bombs going off in the basement.
Yeah.
God. And then there's these fucking cables. This shit is a whole underground complex. Again, with steel beams going straight down
Yeah,
to
the
hold
steel beams were cut.
Yes, I know. I was down there. I know what.
Shut up. And then you have these cables, these fucking long, fucking mile long, like hundreds of mile long cables holding those fucking beams and the big concrete slab on which the whole thing is built. When the towers got hit and fell, the whole foundation complex is compromised. All of it. This shit was probably cracked. All those beams fucking broke. Fucking the whole thing was cracked. It's a miracle more buildings didn't fall.
I love that.
That's right.
Like Tower 7.
That's right.
You guys
Finally,
don't
we
know
agree on
statics.
something.
You guys have never took a statics class, dynamics class. You guys,
There was way too much there to come down.
You're right, Steve.
conspiracy theorists.
You're right, Steve.
How about
all your
we ask the
information from
engineers
YouTube.
in the room, like David? David's the
You're a
fucking
stupid
David's an
conspiracy
engineer.
theorist.
I want to hear David's engineering opinion. How is it that the buildings fell near? I don't want to have to start.
Yeah, how did it fall at free fall speed
How did
when
they
it has
fall
all
near
of that
free,
you say,
near
CM?
free?
No, CM is correct. When the foundation is compromised, because don't forget, there's multiple levels.
That's
plane
not
didn't
how
hit
it
the
fell.
foundation.
You see, that's irrelevant.
The plane
It
didn't hit
fell
the
from
foundation.
Irrelevant. That's not how it fell from the foundation. It collapsed from the top in of itself.
Even a
Collapsed from the
compromise,
top in of
even
itself.
the entire.
Yeah, but
can I just say one
you did see the building on fire, correct? You did see the.
What the fuck? We're jumping to
It was
fire.
on fire on top,
This is
not
the
down in the
fucking tap
basement.
dancers.
Guys,
This is
guys,
the
guys.
shit I don't.
But you weren't in the basement. You don't know.
Yeah, I just told you about
Neither
the
were you,
basements
nigger.
and the foundation.
There was no fire down there.
Well, actually,
There was no fire.
Guys, this is the thing I least.
it melted steel in the basement.
This is my least.
This doesn't need to be
Alex,
melted. This needs to be compromised. You're fucking idiot.
Correct.
How did
CM
it
is
compromise?
correct.
How did the fire on the 80th floor compromise the basement?
No, but the subway station underground also goes through building 7.
David,
It goes through the entire World Trade Center area.
basement.
So when one is compromised, the whole thing is compromised.
It didn't
There's
collapse from
entire
the fucking
sewer tunnels
basement.
that collapsed under the Twin Towers.
Oh, that was the cause of the collapse?
No, I'm talking about the whole foundation of it was compromised.
Yeah, how did the foundation collapse when the...
This
Yeah,
guy's
yeah,
retarded.
yeah, 700 miles an hour.
You're a physicist, man. You should do better than this.
Bro.
It also
It's stupid, dude. You're
like,
you're not
there
a
was
fucking
the
engineer, bro.
the entire station underground was supported just by beams. It wasn't like
No, and cables, and also cables, bro. Literal cables. Look up the fucking diagram.
Look,
Cables, the cables.
CM, look, Cam. These guys are fucking idiots. These guys
Well,
are
they're intentionally doing it to themselves.
Bro, they're gone.
These guys are fucking idiots, bro.
Welcome to the idiot club. All right, they're gone. I'm done fucking talking.
Yeah.
This is
No,
fucking
it's,
retarded.
but again, it's
The whole
so.
point was, you see, this is how they get you with anything. Oh, did you assert this? Did you? No, I didn't. We're trying. This is why you try not to assert anything. You just poke holes in flames. We weren't even talking about 9/11. The Jews, and clearly someone has learned the Jewish tactics. They want to make you fucking sink in the cum. They want you into the quicksand, but you can't actually make any meaningful progress. Oh, did you mean this? Oh, well, what did they say? Are they credible? Where's that source? Like, they just want to pull you down into the fucking weeds so you make no meaningful progress because good enough means good enough. You can have a meaningful, you can poke holes in something to a meaningful degree and make progress and convince enough other people. You don't need to have all the fucking answers. Where they try to do this Talmudic fucking lawyer bullshit with you, and then they think that they've got one, and that bamboozles a fucking lot of white people. You don't fall for this fucking trickery bullshit. It's like, it's very clear. Anyway, regardless.
Yeah, no, but it was the same, like the clip that surfaced right after Charlie was shot. It was like, shut up there, Nestor, you fucking brown beaner motherfucker.
Fuck you, man.
No, fuck you, you fucking Arab piece of shit. You fucking camel fucker. Thank you. Getting back to it. No, but he was talking about, because he went to Gaza, right? He was there, and he's like, it's the most fucking secure, like the most,
Every 17-year-old's got a fucking weapon.
Yeah,
He took
exactly.
a 45-minute
Yeah,
helicopter
yeah,
flight. And
yeah.
like, the fact that they couldn't be there within like 6 hours or something, it's just like, when you start to learn the most the most minor degree of like secondary information that, wait a minute, how? Like people just assume, oh, they got attacked and then there was a response. They don't think about, well, how long did it take for the response to arrive?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, oh, well, that's interesting. How big's that country?
Yeah.
Was there a stand down order? Have other Israeli individuals stated as such that there was a stand down order?
Yeah.
There are people that have said that. That's not my claim. That's not my claim. I'm reporting what someone else that said. Oh, but I'm not making a claim. I'm not making an assertion. I'm reporting what someone else has said. You see, you have to be you gotta fucking like Jew the Jew.
And then once that becomes clear, it's like, okay, even someone as, let's say, compromised as Charlie Kirk, like eventually, even like the evidence is so overwhelming, even someone as big of a supporter of that thing as him had to concede that, okay, wait, this this doesn't add up. And then, once that truth unravels, like, why shouldn't you question the other ones? Like, I think
Precisely.
Yeah, it's like something like 67% of the American populace does not believe the Warren Commission's report on the killing of John F. Kennedy, right? And we're probably not going to get clarity there, even though there's enough circumstantial evidence to know which people wanted him dead.
for a multitude of reasons, right? Whether it's like they believe it's about the taking the control back of the currency. Right, he issued an executive order. I don't know the fine details about it, but it's something to do with, I think it's actually silver something.
Yeah. No, he wanted to. It was something.
He wanted so basically it's threatening the Federal Reserve.
That was one, and he had the.
And he's also then literally like, whatever he stated on this alleged private phone call with David Ben-Gurion, the founding Prime Minister of Israel, who's like considered like a demigod to them. Where they're literally going to like rename or name this new canal they're fucking making after him, right? Like, so he's like a deity figure within fucking the Jewry. He forced him to resign, right? So like this was like, how dare that fucking guy ever? It's like hurting a made man, right? Yeah. And what was about? It was about them tricking them. Right, them trying to hide the fact that they were developing nuclear weapons.
Mr. Anderson, I just found this out actually 2 weeks ago. Do you know the guy, the penultimate, like the guy that was responsible for the hijacking of that boat? Who it was?
No.
It was Ben Shapiro's father.
No, wait. What boat? I'm not aware. What do you mean? What boat?
No. So because the way the nuclear program in Israel, the way it started was that they needed to source uranium, right?
Sure.
So there was a French vessel that it was coordinated that, like in the middle of the Mediterranean, this other ship hijacks the contents of the boat and then gets away.
I'm not aware of this. So the Israelis stole uranium.
Yes, and the CEO of the French uranium company was Ben Shapiro's father. So it's like,
hey, bro, it's an awfully small world, right?
Yeah. What a strange coincidence, Mr. Anderson. But no, it was an operation. So essentially, like they had already coordinated beforehand, but they needed possible deniability, right? So it was like. Yeah, a pirate just fucking stole all our shit, and it's unfortunate. That's what happens when you just travel in an unmarked boat in the Mediterranean. So that's how they started their nuclear weapons program that they still to this day deny.
Of course,
having.
But which of course is amazing because even if Iran denies that they've got nuclear weapons, we'll go and bomb the shit out of them.
Yeah.
So why don't we place the same scrutiny over the Jews?
No, because they're our greatest ally, of course.
Really? Which conflict is it that they've ever fought alongside the U.S.?
Yeah, it's a good question, Mr. Anderson.
Joe blows my mind. I learned in the past year or two that even Australia, who had no dog in the fight, Australia fought in the Vietnam conflict, not Afghanistan, right? Which a lot of like allied forces, NATO, right? So like you had you literally had by the end of it, because Afghanistan was going on so long, you literally had I think it must have been even Sweden. They were like, can we use some of our jets to make them basically, war proven then, they've been deployed in operational theater, right? Mm-hmm. But so they were like, that just became like an exercise for the military-industrial complex to milk the. What did Assange say? It was just a rinsing the tax bases of the the developed Western world into the hands of the technocratic security state.
Yeah.
But Australia, other nations, Canada holds like the longest sniper rifle fucking shot record in the world for a kill in Afghanistan. So there's all these other nations. The British, we were obviously there. But would you have ever thought that the Australians fought alongside American in the Vietnam conflict? No.
No.
So you have even obscure allies fighting alongside you, right? In say for example Vietnam. But yet our greatest ally has never once fought alongside. And wait a minute, they were in the region for Afghanistan. They were in the region for Iraq 1. They were in the region for Iraq 2.
Supply intelligence, Mr. Anderson. Very important information that they do not share with, China or Russia. It's exclusive to us.
No. They just don't sell that information. They don't supply it. They just sell that information. Like Mr. Pollard,
This was also kind of interesting, Mr. Anderson, because, again, getting into the lore, you've seen Munich, I presume,
Joe's funny. Yes.
Yeah.
But a long time ago, before I had my eyes opened.
Yeah.
So I would like to revisit that. I actually quite like Eric Bana as a.
Yeah. No, I think he's a great actor. Not his filmography is a little bit all over the place, but I think
I actually really liked. They made another one with Edward Norton afterwards, a couple of years afterwards. But I really liked his movie, The Hulk. Did you remember him when he was the Incredible Hulk?
Yeah.
I actually really liked that one. But regardless, and then he was he was in Black Hawk Down. He was a Delta operator. But no, I actually would. It's funny because there's so much now in life where I see it through entirely new eyes, right? It's like I remember hearing something about the dancing Israelis, but in my mind at the time it committed as dancing sand niggers, it was just clearly it was Muslims. I was like, oh no, it wasn't actually.
No, you were like David before, but getting back.
No. You see, the difference is David wants to believe, or David already has an outcome that he's already
he wants to go back to sleep and eat his steak. That's him.
Oh yeah, for sure, exactly. Just let me come back rich and famous and blah blah blah.
But getting
he's
back to
Cypher or something.
No, but of course there's like a mythos there that they have to kind of because clearly the Mossad has gained a reputation for the fact that they kidnapped the Nazis in South America and stuff like that and brought them back and then because was it Mengele or no, Mengele survived. He actually died of old age, but it was. Or was he? It was one of them.
Really, I've never heard this. I know that there's obviously stories. There was even a documentary series on History Channel about hunting Hitler or something. Yeah. So there's a lot of German ancestry in South America. Let's just say. But hence all those South American Victoria's Secret models who don't really look that brown.
Exactly.
They're very European looking, right? Or Giselle Bundchen and. So it's more the German aspect, I'd imagine.
Of course. No, but
I've never heard this narrative where that Israelis.
But it's the same with the Navy SEALs, right? But that's why they produce the American military so prone to give money to Top Gun and projects like this because
propaganda and recruitment.
Yeah, of course. And the Mossad is no different. Of course, they want to build the myth of them being perfect, ruthless killers. They I think their motto is something a ruthless man doing unspeakable things for the safety of their nation, which again it's part of the propaganda machine. But the interesting thing about Munich, right after the terror attack, they made this kill squad that essentially could act with impunity around the world, right? They were sanctioned by the Israeli government in order to fucking enact revenge on these towel heads that had embarrassed them on the world stage. And according to their intel, one of them was hiding in Oslo. So I just found out about this the other day. So they made, their they did recon, and they went there, and they figured out where this guy lives, and he was essentially hiding in plain sight. He was working as a pizza delivery guy in Oslo. So essentially they went there. They
Ordered a pizza.
They rented a car, and then they drove right up next to him at a red light and blew his head off with a fucking sawed-off shotgun, right? And then it turned out they were wrong. They just shot some random fucking Palestinian fucking pizza delivery guy in their face. And the reason they got caught, Mr. Anderson, you know why? Because they returned the rental car because they didn't want to get paid. They didn't want to pay more for the destruction of the car.
Oh my god. Only a Jew.
Yeah. So it didn't. I don't think they put that part in the movie.
No, probably not.
No, I think they omitted that section. But yeah, all in all, I mean, entertaining. But I also saw a clip the other day where like a former officer of the Mossad, he goes like, you think, do you honestly believe that, the Hamas thing when we blew all their dicks off, do you think that's the only thing we've done?
Oh yeah, I saw that clip.
Yeah, we have explosives all over the world.
No, he said he was responsible for initiating that policy or whatever that strategy.
And that's the thing. Like it's not like, even if you want to be as graceful as you possibly can and take the most lenient position and be like, okay, you know what, we understand they're in a difficult situation. Essentially all their neighbors want to kill them. They have to think outside the box in order to do this. But it's not like he said, allied nations are safe. He didn't say that. He said all of them are possible targets. And to be able to say that and boasting about it, it's like that should not sit well with you, regardless of where you are in the world. That is a problem,
No, when you actually hear what other intelligence agencies think of them, like from either like retired officers or whatever themselves, it paints a very different picture. Like there's this guy who went to prison, who does the sort of rounds because he's had to write a book because he's like basically unemployable otherwise. John Kirkow or something. It's like a Greek surname. I don't know what it is.
Oh yeah. He used to be an intelligence officer for the CIA. Yeah.
And like he recently enough got on to Rogan for the first time, but he's been on a few other podcasts. Yeah. And he's talked at length about how the fucking Mossad, every time they came to the fucking Langley headquarters, they tried to bring gifts and they're all bugged. And it was like every time, like without fail, even though they were told not to fucking bring them or whatever, they try to bug Langley every time they fucking go. So they have to meet them off-site. And that it's almost like universal that no one fucking trusts them. And like no one, theoretically, unless they're a fucking Jew, like probably therefore, like the rank and file, like, the lower ends don't like dealing with them. And even seeing like the guy who allegedly killed the Navy SEAL who allegedly killed Osama bin Laden, what's his name, Rob something? He it was during like at the end of the Afghanistan fucking withdrawal fuck up or something. They were talking about something. I think so. I think it was around that time. And he tweeted something about, isn't it funny how like every time we train with the IDF, we always have to lock up our gear? Because why? Because like one of the things about the US and the British Special Forces is that, which is like, look at the F-35, for example, program. There are tier 1 partners, and then there are other, like Israel gets its own little version with like watered down avionics, right? Yeah. Oh, we've got special needs. They'll fucking tell you. It's like, no, nigger, you don't. Anyway, but we don't trust you with the full source code for the full suite because you'll sell it off, and give it to the fucking enemies. That's why. But one of the things about the US and British Special Forces is we quote unquote own the night because of our night vision capabilities that other people don't have. And like what'll happen after the withdrawal of Afghanistan is like you see all these fucking Afghanis today running around in fucking Humvees and Blackhawks. Well, those night vision goggles would have fallen into the hands of back, to Russia and China to be reverse engineered. But this is why Rob O'Neill, that's his name, was talking about having to lock up their gear because they couldn't trust the fucking Israelis, right? The IDF from not stealing their fucking gear because it wasn't shared with them. Not everything was shared. But they're just the greatest ally.
No, but it is interesting. Like, say what you want about the inefficiencies of sovereign America, but it's like the Venezuela thing was actually quite something to behold. Supposedly, I don't know how big was the fighting force? It was like 20 guys.
I don't know, but there was like 150 aircraft in the air.
Yeah, and they like. Especially like essentially like
ground force.
Well, how many?
26.
26 tier 1 operators against like 300 fat fucking communists getting fucking mugged. Straight up, just fucking massive.
Yeah, but they did have the full suite of support of
sure, absolutely.
E-18 Growlers, F-35s, ground strike capability, and then F-22s in the fucking air just in case any other jets came up in the air, they would swat them down.
Maduro.
And then there would be a whole suite of just drones, right, who've been loitering for months, just continuously monitoring the situation. Yeah. But apparently they had like a mole. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's the guy who wanted the $50 million, right? There was a bounty, I think. Yeah. But apparently they had intelligence because they started training for this back in August.
Yeah.
So like they had his pattern basically locked down. So like the worst case scenario would have been basically another, Mogadishu, another Black Hawk.
Yeah.
So
but it's
super
also,
impressive.
It's going to be interesting to see also what happens ultimately with Greenland, right? Not that it's going to be a fight whatsoever, but it is going to place Europe in a very awkward situation where I don't know. They're going to accept it, of course. Because
they've got no choice. Look, I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I think we're basically what Trump is doing is forcing the world to. This is actually just narrative, right?
Yeah.
I believe you can tell me I'm wrong, right? But the world is this way, right? We literally have been talking about these past couple of generations about the rules-based order and the blah blah blah. It's like no, it's always has been and forever will be. Might is right.
Yeah.
And if the US just wants to come and say we're taking over your country, you might be able to put up a fight, but you're not going to win. And also, it's such a big fight. The deterrent says you probably won't lift a finger. Like if the US wants to take Greenland from Denmark, sure, they could argue it's the end of NATO. It won't be the end of NATO. Right? That's just whatever. In one administration, it will self-heal itself and it'll be back to normal or whatever. But they can't stop them. Like here's for example, the US. I'm nice and I wasn't finished. The US, for example, just with 2 air bases alone in the UK, has equal, if not sometimes more fast jets. Right? They have more F-15s. They have more F-35s in the UK than the Royal Air Force does, their own host nation.
Yeah.
Right. So like the US has more. Like if the US wanted to just wipe out the RAF, for example, right? And I'd imagine they'd be really smart of them to have like a really secret backdoor that even the other, tier 1 partner, the Air Force doesn't have. And they could disable the F-35s on the fucking ground and they could take over the air dominance of they could just seize the UK. We don't have a nuclear deterrent. Our nuclear deterrent is meant to be our continuous at sea deterrent with submarines. Our submarines aren't even at sea 24/7 because we are down to so few of them, and one of them's in deep fit, refit, and then one's always at training or whatever. It's like we're a joke of a fucking country, and
you have to pay for this money.
But most countries in Europe and their militaries are fucking. Nigger, shut the fuck up. Most countries. I'm a white guy. You're acting like a nigger.
You're acting like one. You're spiritual.
Allow other people to get in there too a little bit.
Nigger. Amazing. Anyway, every country. There's no how many countries would have to combine forces outside of Russia and China, combining forces, right? How many other countries would have to combine to actually somehow compete with the US when we literally just seen what capabilities they're capable of, right?
Yeah, all of them.
So the US does fucking rule the world. This is a breaking of the narrative, right? The US has allowed these European countries to like spout and pretend that we're like serious leaders and blah 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 and whatever. Like the only things that they've got are the ability to print money. That's it. So we can fund Ukraine, even if the US doesn't. Sure, we can temporarily fund Ukraine for a little while, but like we meaningfully, all of Europe couldn't win against Russia.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you're right.
Our armed forces in the UK couldn't fill a fucking football stadium anymore. You know? It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. So the US just simply taking Greenland, this isn't like a change. It's just a change of narrative. They've always been able to. It's always, I think it always has been this way.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Anderson, 100%. But I think
like Europe is being subsidized with all these U.S. forces in Germany.
Yes.
I don't know if they're in Sweden, and like in the UK. With these bases and they're subsidizing the defense budgets of everyone else. That's what Trump was complaining about. We're spending so little, not just in the reduction of our forces, but just in general. So it's the U.S. which is really the front fight there. Like, why do they have like basically the equal number of fast jets that we do? That's insane to think about, right? Comparatively. Yeah. So we're not taking our own position seriously because we're fucking, our politicians are jokes and they've been compromised and so forth or whatever.
Yeah.
So America has always been, why does it have all these, influence on armed armies or forces in other people's countries?
What you said, Mr. Anderson, is correct. Like it's the narrative, and I think that is ultimately what this is about, right? When I even heard this the other week, the key impetus for the conflict in the Balkans, where it actually originated, why Clinton decided, okay, clearly he wanted to get off the heat from the fact that he was fucking an intern. But besides that, it was the fact that your greatest ally, our greatest ally, they needed, a new base somewhere. America needed a new base in the southern part of Europe to control, essentially dominate the airspace of the Mediterranean. And the Yugoslavian government, they were kind of pro-Russian. So that is why you had like rich Italians fucking going there and sniping children.
What do you think happened as well with Romania? Was it an election? Mm-hmm. Was it an election or like the most prominent, likely to win candidate? They just because there's this huge NATO base, which means American base, being built or constructed in Romania. I think it's like, maybe I'm wrong, but it's something like it was going to be the largest in the region or the largest one in all of Europe. Yeah. But it was like, he was like anti, NATO. It was like, well, we can't be having that. We're building a new base, So he just mysteriously got removed from the playing field, He just got taken off the board.
Which seems to be the case quite frequently, right? So it's not that they haven't done this before. It's that the fact that they have been using quite, fucking faggy language in order to justify. It's the same like when you have...
There's no sales pitch, right? Like, because what would happen is Barack Obama would come out and he would make some, fucking some teleprompter speech about blah 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 blah, and that would make all the white people feel good about oh yes, we're doing it for like human rights and whatever. And Trump's like, someone asked him like I saw this question. I remember the gaggle or the press asked him and saying shouldn't you, if you're going to declare war on them, like take this to Congress? Yeah. And he's like, no, we're just going to kill a lot of people. He literally just responded, no, we're just going to kill a lot of people. Yeah, that's all he said. He was like, or maybe he just said, well, maybe he didn't say a lot of people. He just said, we're going to kill people. And I was like, what? And it's like, the problem is like, it's also like with, they took our oil manufacturing capabilities, because apparently it was all US funded historically. I don't know, in the 70s or 80s. I don't know when it was. But apparently there was all this huge American investment in the oil industry there. Yeah. And when either Maduro or whoever it was previously, but they just nationalized it and they just seized it. Yeah. And Trump's like, no, we're taking it back. We're going for the oil. Now are the Jews, because Maduro's anti-Semitic and whatever. Hey, maybe, I don't know.
No. But Maduro is actually a Jew, but he's an anti-Zionist Jew. But he is a Jew.
Interesting. Okay, but regardless. Yeah. But Trump. My point is, they hate Trump because he says the little things out loud.
Yeah.
Right? Like, remember when Khashoggi got fucking cut up into fucking pieces?
Yeah.
And I heard something recently about Khashoggi, which is interesting, about like his family, and he's not just your average journalist. But anyway, so like, but that's a different story. Because why was the Washington Post so fucking outraged about this? Whatever. Anyway. But what did Trump say about Khashoggi's death and the Saudis cutting him up? Well, they're buying billions of dollars in defense stuff, and he was just like shrugged his shoulders, and that was like, oh my god, how dare he? But Barack Obama would come out and would have said the lip sync narrative that
no, he would have been much
but the deal would have went through anyway. Trump is they're the bit that they've like the new thing is that Trump is not really, he's not initiated a conflict before, but Trump just says the thing out loud.
Yeah, he's crass.
Right. Yeah. And before they used to hate him for that, although when it's pro-war, they love him, right? But this was like, he did like a retaliatory attack in Syria. They dropped like 30 Tomahawk missiles on an empty fucking airbase because of some gas attacks or something. But it was all meant to be bullshit afterwards. But because he seems to prefer surgical strikes, one and done, or like a big show of force with a threat to hit again, and then they back down and they don't do anything. He doesn't want to do on the ground conflicts, land invasion, fucking occupying force, and like a forever war, which the military-industrial complex wants. So I was actually kind of surprised that he, given his like restraint on other conflicts, that they did this and they did it so well. Like one aircraft got hit, but everyone made it home, and it was, all things considered, kind of almost a perfect operation, which is kind of insane to say.
Yeah. No, but they probably learned a lot from like the fucking like the Iron Claw thing, like the what went wrong the other times they have tried to do this, right? But getting back to it, it's kind of interesting seeing like the new, like the way the administration handles this, and then you see like the old kind of guard, like the old foxes, so to speak, when they are trying to like, because there's this funny clip, right, where you have a joint there's a joint press conference where Donald Trump and Lindsey Graham, he really sounds like a closeted faggot, right? But he's like, well, we got this narco terrorist, we got this narco terrorist president, and we are going to save literally tens of thousands of lives in America thanks to this. This is a narco terrorist state, and we are very happy that we got him. And then and not literally not even 2 seconds after he says that, in order to shift the narrative away from the fact that they are doing this for oil, Donald Trump goes, well, we also got the oil, which is nice. It's like, bro, you can't catch a break. He's trying to sell this for you. but
he's so like it's almost the same reason why it's almost the same reason why I respect the Daily Mail, even though apparently the Daily Mail can't be cited as a source on fucking Wikipedia anymore. Because not only, well, it's a little bit different, but I don't know why this came to mind, but the Daily Mail, not only will they post complete, absolute bullshit and lies, but because they're so shameless for clicks, they'll even post the truth when no one else will, right? So like when the Hunter Biden type thing comes out or whatever, where Trump's just like, I want the credit for being so good. I'm going to say the thing you're not even meant to say just because, like, I can say it. Like, it's like another thing. It's like, well, don't forget about the oil, Like, he just can't help himself. It's like, it's the same thing kind of with the vaccines. Even though I know everyone boos when I talk about it, but, Operation Warp Speed was amazing and blah, blah, blah. It's like he knows people aren't a fan of it. They wish they're even giving him a Bible on it because it was a fuck up. But he can't help himself. He has to get the keywords out, right? He has to get the whatever it is. It's it obviously works for him typically, but it's funny to watch in these sort of the mixes of the old paradigm and the new, or the old narrative and the new.
You know what the best possible outcome would be, Mr. Anderson? It would be if they found massive oil reserves under the city of London. then you know, because Keir Starmer has a lower approval rating than Maduro.
Oh, I heard that today. I heard that today.
Seems like you're in deep need of some freedom over there. That's what I hear. You know, that would be fantastic if they found like a precious resource under British soil.
But do you mean London City or the City of London?
No, the City of London.
Yeah, the City of London. Well, the problem is the Jews own that, so they.
Yeah. Well, of course, then you can't touch it. You're right.
They just claim the rights, you know. That's the suck.
What if the Palestinians occupy the City of London? Then maybe America.
Remember when I was telling you about that guy? John Kirkconnell of the CIA agent, like I was telling you about, like when like former intelligence officers who are now free or whatever, what they say about Israel, right?
Yeah, no, they fucking.
Well, there's a former MI5, don't know, MI5 or MI6 agent who basically had to she was a whistleblower for a totally separate matter or whatever, right? But when questioned on something. At this see a clip, and she stated that it was one of her colleagues, right? It was another, senior agent's view that there's like a 1991 Israeli embassy bombing in London, right? Because the Israelis were asking for like additional fucking security, like they were demanding additional concessions, additional oh, you have to provide us, armed police outside, you have to protect our diplomats, you have to whatever, right? We're so fucking special, right? And it ended up coming the position of MI5 that. Internally, it was not in the public report. That it was their position that you're back. It was their position internally that they actually bombed their own embassy because although they pinned it on two, sort of fucking Palestinians who actually went to prison, it was primarily down to the fact that no one actually got killed. But the sophistication of the device was of a degree which even the IRA, who were prolific at building bombs at that time, couldn't even build. Right, because it's a signature of tradecraft, the ability for the device to detonate itself and leave no trace behind, right? Where it could be determined, like the construction of it, right? So obviously they'll be able to get the chemical residue of whatever the explosive was, but like the timer, the detonator, the whatever was to actually to trigger it. It was such a sophisticated. Device that it could only MI5 basically came to the conclusion that certainly two fucking sand nigger Palestinians couldn't have done this, and that this is reserved essentially for state level actors, and therefore the internal MI5 position was that Israel bombed their own embassy for their own political.
Yeah, it would be the equivalent of some fucking street thug.
It's the equivalent of the fucking kikes going outside and spraying a swastika on their own fucking synagogue and going, oy vey, right? Like, help me, the Nazis are coming. It's like, why have you got spray paint on your fingers, nigga? But so they're very adept and very willing to do things as egregious as literally bomb their own fucking embassy to gain, whatever the influence and that they want.
No, that's. Again, it's part of the modus operandi.
But coming back to sort of, we got way sidetracked with fucking 9/11 and all sorts. What do you make of the Charlie Kirk thing? Because there's no way that the rifle that they've stated, we're just using them, holding them to their own standards. It's what has bent stated by the government. This 30-06 thing, right? Which is not a small caliber rifle, right? There's no place on earth, maybe a smaller round up close where I remember when I was doing my training in the Air Force, instructors, from basically our army within the Air Force, the RAF Regiment, Royal Air Force Regiment. So they would be the equivalent of the Navy has the Marines. Well, the Air Force, we have the RAF Regiment. So they'd be paratroopers basically. And I remember one of our instructors telling me about basically bullets do crazy things. It's when we were doing our first aid training, and let's say someone gets shot in the hip, like a big bone. Yeah. If that bullet hit the bone, it bounces, right? So a 5.56 will not. They don't have it's not a 50 cal round, right? It's not going to just destroy everything in its path, and so you're not going to get a entry wound and exit wound in a straight line. That's kind of what you're you. Got to look everywhere because bullets do crazy things. It could literally hit their hip. It could then hit their shoulder.
Yeah, it can bounce inside. Yeah.
Right, but they also said about, like, there's one time he was talking about a personal casualty that he came across where, like, they couldn't find the entry wound. There was only an exit wound because whatever it was, like the velocity or the fucking suction, or there was basically, it sealed itself. I don't know what, but he's basically said there was no sign of an entry wound, but there was very much an exit wound, right? Where's the blood? Where's the exit wound? Where's any, or even that? And that's like a miracle. That's a rare. That's an exception where there's like this fucking vacuum-like ability where it almost seals itself right from it being hit. Where's the blood? He's wearing a fucking white shirt. There's no blood when on any of the fucking his security detail when they're fucking taking him away. Where's the blood?
But there's a lot of different narratives being presented, right? You have the one where they say
but that's just a simple question that cuts through narratives. It's like, well, where's the blood? I'm not saying he's not dead. That's not what I'm not saying. I'm just like, where's the blood? It doesn't make sense, but with the fucking rifle that they're talking about from the distance they took it about, like, I've seen people do fucking comparisons where they go and shoot a deer, or they do the Jello fucking ballistics gel thing. It's like, that's going to do blood. There's going to be blood everywhere, frankly. Yeah. You know? Especially if he hit in the fucking neck, I believe he's meant to have been hit. Like, I don't even know where it's meant to have been stated that he's been fucking hit.
No, but supposedly it went through, like, I don't know, because they did a coroner's report where it's like they said that the fucking bullet missed, the spine or some shit. But
then there's a fucking exit wound.
Yeah. No, but there are, again, there are plenty of different ones. Like, one is that actually there was a bullet in the an entraption, or within the fucking microphone that he had on his shirt. So that's one.
I don't necessarily believe that. No. And even if it did, it would still leave blood.
Yeah.
Why is there no blood?
Yeah, but it could be also, Mr. Anderson, if we like, again, I've not been privy to many people being publicly assassinated or shot through the neck, but the amount of pressure and force that exists within the body, especially if you're like a healthy man, right? You can essentially empty your entire fucking, supply in less than a minute, right? So I'm not saying that could be the way the
average man carries about 5 liters of blood. A tall man like me with a bigger body, maybe up to about 7 liters of blood, and you can pump out nearly half a liter of blood per minute.
So let's say he got shot. The fucking thing is because you saw something flying out of him, right? Like, it's not like he kind of jerked and then.
But I've heard that and maybe it makes sense because it's a low quality video or whatever. It could be his necklace moving with just the motion of the.
Yeah, could be. But there was a little blood in the video, right? You saw like instantly that it fucking started gushing out, and then he fell over. So it's like,
how is it zero of it hit his shirt?
Yeah, no, it's sometimes, physics, it does weird things, Mr. Anderson. Like, I'm not saying that you're incorrect. Like, there was another theory that, just before he was shot, one of the security staff was, talking to someone with a big beard, and supposedly the guy with the big beard, it looks exactly like one of the biggest special effects guys in Hollywood. So it could, that's another angle, right? That it's like some fucking, special effects thing where it's like just sprays everywhere except his fucking shirt, and then they carry him away. But again, like when it's such a public thing, the weird part about this is not necessarily the blood.
But why special effects? That would imply that he's in like witness protection.
He's in Israel. No, the weird thing to me, at least, regardless of all the things we're discussing right now in the fucking thing, is the fact that they the same way they did 9/11, they started cleaning that shit. They started,
Oh, just like what was the name for him? Retardy fucking Oswald. The fucking kid that shot Trump. That you've got FBI agents. Since when do FBI do fucking cleanup? There's literal whole companies after people have been murdered or in house or whatever, where they come in and do
cemented the entire floor under it, right?
No. But when they shot Trump, there's a fucking FBI agent on the roof hosing the roof down.
Yeah.
It's like, just like with 9/11, guess what? They shipped all the fucking iron overseas to be recycled immediately.
And then his house, they found out it was professionally cleaned, right? So,
right. So how can you, like, let's say you get a new team in, an uncompromised team, right? A different coroner, a different medical examiner, or a different whatever. You get a different, structural engineer, whatever it may be, a different whatever scene that's necessary, and you can't get a second opinion because it's gone. The evidence is gone.
Yeah, that to me is the most.
That's the biggest telltale sign of fuckery. Yeah. I don't know what is going on, but I know it's not what we're being told.
Yeah, exactly. No, I absolutely agree with that. I think that is just healthy skepticism, right? And then, okay, you could talk about culprits, you could talk about motives, but just the fact that, the proper investigation is needed, and not even 24 hours after the incident happened, they started fucking cementing the entire floor. It's like, that is very suspicious. Very suspicious. Like, at least close it off for like a month, so they can do proper investigation, And
that's the thing. It's like when a local small town sheriff or cop or whatever, some local crime or whatever, you typically or even like with Lou's passed away.
Yeah.
We're gonna get something from a medical examiner, which is gonna give us a toxicology report. It's gonna say that, because Ev Toll, I think, said that someone, because he had a recent big motorcycle accident on the leg.
Yeah.
And they said, look, the most likely because I think he's a physician or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
But the most likely outcome or whatever is someone who's, if I looked at a young man, 34 years old, who just, recently had a fucking motorcycle accident and a serious leg injury, blah, 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 who died alone in his apartment or whatever, one of the first primary things you may look for is a blood clot.
Yeah.
Right? From the leg that either got released and then, or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I was like, wow, that's very interesting. Now, but the difference is, I think we have now been told a little bit more than that, but I'll not digress for too much. Yeah. But what ends up happening is the more that you find out on these typical, normal world things, normal crimes, events, situations, is that as time goes on, your questions reveal answers.
Yeah.
Your questions don't reveal more questions.
Yeah.
Right? Where all of these major world events, these big things that go on, right? The more you question, the more you realize it raises more questions.
Yeah.
Right? You don't actually get conclusions. You don't get answers in the same way. It's like, isn't it amazing how, well, what does that mean? Or who was that? And then you're like, wait a minute, they're who? And the next, it's just like, you're down fucking 3 rabbit holes, right? Or 3 different levels, right? Where every other thing in normal life, it's like, oh, they died of this, or this happened, and that, such and such. The building collapsed because of this fucking, these bolts were rusted and corroded over time, and the fucking weak link in the concrete, or whatever. You get answers, you get conclusion, you get closure. With these things, it seems almost universally true. And the big one recently was, it kind of got reignited in me, which is crazy to say that this year would be 9 years ago. Holy fuck. But the Las Vegas shooting is mind-blowing.
Yeah, that thing is still, to this day, a fucking black box.
Yeah,
no one talks about it.
No one talks about it. No one talks about it. And it's like the silence is deafening, right? It's weird to describe it, because I don't think it was the killing. I don't think it was a shooting or a event where the most amount of people have been killed, but there was 400 people that took shots, in the back, or so many people, I don't know if they're paralyzed or whatever it may be, but there was so many people just injured in that one shooting. So you can't say the most deadly shooting. You can't say the most, I don't know what the real description is, but it's basically one of the most significant fucking events since 9/11. Right? And the idea that, he could, squeeze off that many fucking rounds on his own in that time frame, and then the body cam footage that, apparently, I didn't know this, but basically this guy Ian Carroll, who I quite like.
Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
So he went on Tucker just a week or two ago there. I don't know if you saw it, and it was I never heard this narrative before. I knew there was some fuckery where apparently the cops, when they breached the door, one of them let off a negligent discharge, right?
Oh.
He accidentally discharged his weapon.
How convenient.
Isn't it convenient? And then they just find him some fucking whatever. So it's that's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Since when to I don't know. So that was a bit weird. But apparently, and I don't remember this. I'll have to go back and look at it. But I'm thinking if Tucker published this online, right, like without any opposition to it or whatever, I'm assuming that it's true. But apparently, in the fucking body cam footage, the cops breached the room or whatever, or entered, and they were pulling back the curtains and saying like, "Where's the glass?" or whatever. Like all the glass was intact. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things in like the circumstantial evidence, like the fact that the amount of rounds that were released, the fact that there were choppers there, right? That they were,
and then where did all the choppers come from?
Yeah.
The choppers without transponders.
Yes.
Right. But I learned a lot of things. Like I thought I knew some things because there's all these other shootings later on in the night, reports by other casinos about like, oh, there's a fucking, there's a, two suspects or two people fucking having a shootout in some fucking other casino because someone has done a full Google Maps and dropped pins of
I've seen that map.
Right, and it continues like 2 hours after the actual event, right? And but no, the thing which I really learned from that more recent podcast, which I'd never heard before, and I thought I paid attention to this stuff before, like obviously it was 9 years ago, but do you know that do you know about the quote unquote Saudi connection to this?
Yes, I was just about to mention that.
But do you know that the week or month before, I think it's the month before, right? And these things do take time to build up. Yeah. That the Saudi Air Force had like an expedition, or they had a operation that they ran outside of Las Vegas. So there was a whole buildup of Saudi Air Force in the region. Right? Vaguely. Right. And then not only had there just recently been large groups of Saudi military in the area, right, officials and so forth, but they have just acquired this small, almost like the Little Bird. You know what the Little Bird is? It's a small helicopter which they would have used.
Like the one they used in fucking Venezuela. Right?
Yeah, precisely. It's still using it, right?
Yeah.
So but there's like some new version of basically the Little Bird. But no, that's like an MD-500 or MD-5 or whatever they're called now. But that's a military variant. But there's some new version of like Boeing where like this thing can be like, it's so small that it can be literally folded up and put in a shipping container and trucked away.
Yeah.
Right? So like there's basically nothing, because these things, the transponder for some of these helicopters that did turn on their transponders and then turned them off, and one of their transponders came up as a call sign of a fucking like Southwest Airlines 737 or something, right? Yeah. So it's like very fucking bizarre here because 737s don't hover over the top of Las Vegas, right? So it was like clearly some kind of error, let's just say there. But it seems like they literally have just procured or acquired these like highly concealable, highly mobile helicopters, which, like the Little Birds, you can hang off a range of armaments, like fucking little Gatling guns were fucking rounded off. Which many people, like, because it was a Trump type of crowd in the audience in this country, like there's people familiar with firearms. Like even Dan Bilzerian was in the fucking audience, right?
Yeah, I remember.
And many people stated they heard belt-fed automatic machine gun fire. That's what they felt that they sound. But the stated narrative, it's all bump stock ARs, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing. But yet they found loaded AK magazines in his room, but there were no AKs, right? So that would lead you to believe that a bunch of Saudis, if they were there, they might pick up the weapons they're familiar with, not bump stock ARs. They would pick up the AKs, and maybe they just take all the ammunition with them, right? Why would you have all this loaded ammunition for AK rounds, which is 7.62, right? It doesn't fit an AR, which is 5.56, right? It's just like these major inconsistencies of like, I don't know. And then where are these women that were meant to be there with him that are just, and then the guy who fled to like South America, but then came back and did a interview on Ellen, and then has disappeared forever again. There's a again, the more that you learn, the more it reveals more questions, and it's just mind-blowing. You know, how the silence of it, and how also why didn't the Democrats use it to beat everyone to death with an anti-gun narrative? Every time there's a fucking shooting, this is the largest one, right? And yet there's no anti-gun narrative.
Yeah, it's interesting. No, but the entire thing smells to high heaven. Like it's something is very very fishy there. But again, as you say,
I don't know who benefits though. That's really what's unclear. But if it was such a thing to the degree that it possibly could be, like for example within the Saudis, that means Trump was involved.
Could be. Yeah.
Like that couldn't go on without
his knowledge. Yeah.
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 Like
but
even if he's just been quietly told in a skiff, right? He has had a can of shut the fuck up and never talked about that.
Yeah, of course. No, but it's the same with like the appointment of J.D. Vance, right? It's like essentially like they told him that you know
him or no one or we're gonna
exactly or they're gonna fucking kill you, you know. So it's just what choice do you have? Like essentially it's like a popularity contest, and then when you get in there, like you're gonna run with this guy or you're gonna fucking die.
So are you saying J.D. Vance is the new Manchurian candidate?
Sure. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was me thinking it was Barack Obama who was the Manchurian candidate.
Oh, but they always have one, right? They need someone like a firewall that ensures that they get what they want.
It's crazy to me that one of his kids is called Vivek, and they went to school like both him and his wife. I was like, you're such a cuck, bro. You cucked the fucking.
No, but I'm thinking, you know, I'm seeing this. If we're looking at it from like a narrative perspective, him fucking deporting his wife and children and then marrying Erica Kirk is like peak, you know, W.
Except she's basically a Jew. Bro, what is this clip? She said some shit like, and she's always crying.
Yeah.
And she's always like she's literally always, I don't know how she always dressed, I guess, I don't know. She's completely covered in jewelry.
Yeah.
It's like, what is this about? Is this like some like this is like in Casino. Sharon Stone is like leaving Robert De Niro just wearing all the fucking jewelry. She's like, this is how like estranged women or like you know newly parted women are meant to wear all their jewelry or something. And it's fucking, but she's always wearing all this jewelry and she's like always just crying, right? But
she's only crying interviews, Mr. Anderson. She's smiling like from ear to ear when they're collecting money.
all the way to the bank. That's right. But she said this fucking thing. It was like,
I know what you were going to say.
Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Fucking, what? Nigga, what? What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, but she's Jewish. Her entire family is like half of it is at least.
Well, but her dad is meant to be like some fucking executive for Raytheon Israel or something.
No, it just surfaced. Like she was briefing some part of the Department of Defense or CIA or some shit about fucking nuclear weapons or something. Like this came out like yesterday. Like she's in a documentary about some shit, so she's clearly a handler. That's what it looks like, right? That she was a handler.
But you see, the narrative is that he pursued her.
Yeah, you're right.
No, but I have watched something where it was like some lovemaking thing, like some like, and he was talking about how like she could have been. They could have had 5 different, potential honeypots in front of them, right? And he thinks he made a choice, but it was really, any one of them could have been a handler, right? But he basically was like, it was about like I think she applied or something like this, and he basically did an interview, and he basically like manipulated the situation because he had to like go to Hawaii next or something like that, and he was like, yeah, you're coming with me, and it was like, and then. It was meant to be like a job interview, but then it was actually like, no, how do you want to be my girlfriend? And I don't know. So maybe he thinks it was a sincere story. Maybe that's the best way. Maybe that was a really good job. Maybe she's a really good actress, right? And maybe she made him believe. But there's no, I don't know. Maybe I was going to say that there's no way that someone would act in the way that they're doing. But then again, who the fuck knows? They've been doing so many big shows and conferences and whatever. She thinks that she's fulfilling a role. It's like most people are just NPCs, right? Most people are just going about it. Like when people argue, I think that they're literally you can see it in a different language. You can be sitting in an airport and you can like nudge the person beside you, like when you're people watching, be like, look, it's about to kick off. Because you can tell people are going through it's like a music It's like the notes, so you can see like all the fucking, crescendos coming or whatever, the like bass drops coming, you can just feel it. You're like, watch them. It's like you can see people, I think, have absorbed throughout either culture or media or just watching other people in their lives argue. Like, I think she is performative in the sense that this is what she thinks that someone who's grieving in this position is meant to do. I don't think any of it's genuine. Now, I suppose I'm actually giving her a little bit of grace in saying that there's a scenario which I believe that she's not compromised. She's just a dipshit, because she's young. I got a big spotlight on her, but I also would not be surprised whatsoever if they fully are compromised, because you kind of can't get to the presidency, which I'd imagine Charlie Kirk had more than thought about, unless you have like sold off all your children to Israel, right? Even all of Trump's kids, for example, all of Biden's kids were all married. At least, I think even Hunter Biden at one point married a Jew, right? All the Bushes, I think, right? Only Obama, but then again, Jews don't marry niggers, right? So, I think Obama's the only modern president where all the president's offspring didn't marry Jews. So, is this the dirty deal that he had to do? You're like, we're going to put you in the presidency, son. You got to marry this Jewish girl. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's just fucking bread and circuses. That's what it is, Mr. Anderson. The more I think about it, So
part of me does agree. Part of me, but I also, I always want to talk about this. Let me rephrase that. I don't want to talk about the things they want us to talk about. So you see, whatever the current thing is, right? That became a phrase throughout COVID. The current thing. The people took down their COVID masks and started putting up their, Ukraine flags or whatever. They're just whatever the current thing is. They're with it, right? I never want to talk about that. I want to always cut through to the thing. Usually that when they start screaming that I'm talking about it means I'm over the target, right? So if I'm talking about what they want me to talk about, even if it's argumentative, that's a distraction, right? I want to talk about central banks, right? I want to talk about money creation. I want to go to if someone's flooding, if there's a bunch of niggers coming downstream down a river and filling up my country, I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop the river. I want to go upstream and see who's throwing them in. You know what I mean? I want to
Who's throwing the niggers in the water?
That's right.
Yeah, the usual suspects, my friend, and that's where you come in. No.
There's the song throwing the Jew down the well, but we really should be talking about the niggers throwing the kites throwing the niggers in.
Yeah,
that's right.
The well that is America. I just found 4chan is undefeated when it comes to humor, right? But
you know I find it crazy that Tucker, it's crazy. Tucker was literally the most popular fucking news host in basically all of the world, right? Because the US is probably the biggest television network in the world, right? But
he was never the most popular.
Oh, shut the fuck up! By number of obviously the Jews gonna fuck with this.
One of them.
Literally by the ratings, the only fucking metric that you can truly do this by. He had the most.
Yeah, he did have the highest ratings of any. To be fair, there's only one mainstream right-wing station, and he was the primetime guy.
But he had the
highest.
But he had as many as the next 5 shows combined or something. It wasn't even close, right? But regardless, whether or not you fucking agree or disagree, it is a fact that he has the highest.
And use logic.
Amazing. You're just begging to get kicked, aren't you? Amazing.
No, free speech. Come on.
So this is it. They want to see. Well, what is that credible? Where's your source? This is just the Jew move. You can't even have a real conversation.
I like to have a real conversation.
Shut the fuck up. No one was talking to you, Jew.
No.
What's amazing, Alex, is that just a couple of years ago, right? Tucker was fucking mainstream as it comes. So the number one fucking TV show. He is now going warp speed, jumping through 20 years of 4chan memes, talking about everything from chemtrails to fucking Building 7 to it's SSRIs and fucking puberty blockers or what anything and everything. It's amazing because Tucker is the guy, and he's the perfect guy for this, right? He can't do what, like, for example, what I think I do when I did things right, for example, torture people in this fucking app, which is I'm happy to be the battering ram. I'm happy to be the lightning rod. I'm happy to be the guy at the edge of the fucking Overton window that makes people scream when I start talking about topics that they don't want to talk about.
Is that how you see yourself?
Shut the fuck up, faggot. So that people can fall in behind afterwards, because now we can literally say remigration, and that's openly being discussed in the UK, and that's not something you're going to get your account deleted for. But like, not that many years ago, that was like, that couldn't even, they just wanted to restrict immigration. Now we're talking about sending people back. It's like we're going from inflation to deflation. We're talking about deflation now. You know, that's the equivalent. So it's like but it's only possible because people like as mainstream and as palatable as like Tucker. But he's like doing a speed run through fucking 20 years of fucking of 4chan.
He's the real Operation Warp Speed. But Mr. Anderson, let me ask you, because I really want to hear your take on this, right? Because I actually asked myself this question the other day. Because now you have like Slavoj Žižek discussing Curtis Jordan, right? So that's where we are in culture.
I've not seen this yet. But
no. He's talked about Curtis Jordan. He's talked about Nick Fuentes as well. And I was thinking, like, due to the exposure that Nick has gotten in the last, couple of months, especially after the fucking
after handing
Piers Morgan, and me mom, but
I have a lot of mixed feelings about Nick Fuentes, but I love his like Curry, go fuck you. I love that bit. I fucking love it. So.
But getting to the core of it, then I was thinking, because during the fucking the Charlottesville thing, right? Richard Spencer became kind of like a household name for a couple of weeks.
Isn't that amazing how palatable he is? He gets on CNN.
Yeah. And the thing was that
it's like he's controlled opposition, but anyway.
Yeah, in a sense, sure. But this was the thing I was thinking about, because I wanted to know, what does he think about someone like Nick, right? Because essentially, at least at some point in history, they seem to agree on many points, right? So I wanted to see what does Richard Spencer think about Nick Fuentes today, and ultimately he seems like super duper blackpilled. He's like he essentially his entire thing was like he's young, he's going to grow up and he's going to become not disenfranchised, but he's going to become like jaded to all these things, right? Because ultimately what you're going to realize is that regardless, like even if we deport every fucking illiterate drug member Mexican in the entirety of the United States, it's still going to be shit, but now it's just going to be full of white people.
But what's going to be shit?
Like the poverty rate, the fact that
that's bullshit. That's firstly, that's bullshit, and secondly, what I say to these people, you're a GDP nigger then, right?
Yeah.
These are the people who are like, oh, but my GDP. It's like some things are worth more than GDP. Some things are worth more than money. To be able to say that, like these are the people that believe that it's like this is perfectly okay. Well, obviously he doesn't, but there's a lot of people that believe stuff like this where like you literally have fucking brown people.
No.
Two things I have to answer this. You've got brown people issuing passports to other brown people in the UK, and you're
no, we get it, Mr. Anderson. Take the call. It's fine. What about your Pepe? What's your take on this? Do you think it's going to be like instantly better if we just kick all of the fucking paletards out and the fucking all of them? Just send them back.
If we kicked out all of the like in Europe in particular, dude, kick out all of the Middle Easterners and the blacks.
Yeah.
Even though they're like fucking stupid, lazy, they live disproportionately on welfare. They're also gonna compete with you guys for power, and they just don't like you fucking people. Like people think that they can live in peace with us. Sorry, they can't. They fucking hate us, and we'll never get along. So just fuck them. Fuck their crocodile tears, and you just live in your nice white countries as God intended you to. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah. Get you.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, Mr. Anderson. No, we were
But,
talking about
But you've got literally get to the point where we've got like fucking non-ethnics or or foreign ethnics, right? Fucking issuing fucking passports. Like, it's like you think this. Do you know what I love? I always like. So, which of the four countries of the kingdom are you from? Because they'll never admit to being Scottish. I'm not Scottish. I'm not English. I'm not Welsh. I'm not Northern Irish. It's like, oh, they like to pretend they're British, but what the fuck is British? It's one of those four things.
Yeah.
Right? It's amazing. And, you know, it's they're just paper Brits, you know, and they're just guests, and that means they're going home.
Yeah. No, but there is something to be said about this, right? Let's put it like this, Mr. Anderson. You know where I stand in regards to the kind of watering down of Europe. Like we can all agree there. But if I can take.
Oh, you mean that Sweden's average IQ is going down?
Yeah, that too.
I wonder why. I wonder why. It's all the new Swedes, isn't it? Right?
But let me.
But they're just as They're just as bright.
And that's the fucked up part is that Sweden. A lot of Jews have declared that Sweden is like one of their main enemies, but. You know, you get this one fucking rabbi that goes to Iceland of all places. That place is so nice. You can
like a month later.
You can leave your babies like outside, you know, out of the store, and nobody touches them because it's so high trust. And this fucking kike is sitting here saying Iceland needs more diversity. And it's like, seriously? Can Jews go anywhere without fucking the place up? Like, mind your.
But that's
like,
literally
we should go to fucking. It's like I almost like, just because of how like. I don't know.
You guys are
subversive they
so
are.
hard
It's almost
right
like, well, you know what? Fuck, you guys probably don't deserve a land of your own then, because you just.
But Pepe, that's
you
not
seem
just
to love
Iceland
fucking
as
up
if
everybody else's place.
It's not just Iceland as if they're like an island nation. They're safe. Like that's the norm in Norway. I was blown away. My sister-in-law, my brother married a Norwegian girl, and they leave their kids in the strollers, what we call a pram, outside. Yeah. When, like, literally in the fucking cold, in the snow as well, right? Which is so bizarre to me. They leave them outside when they go, like, into some small stores or maybe
it's
like
good for their health.
I know, but they leave them basically unattended. Yeah. Right? As in, like,
you know why?
They're
they don't have any niggers in Norway.
That's right.
Don't have any. Let's be fair, okay? Like, I'm even somebody like me who's more Southern European. Like, Northern Europeans are just I don't think us Southern Europeans can live like that. They're just like a little different. Yeah, that's why they should not allow Jews, they should not allow people of color, and they should only sparingly let in non-Scandinavians into places like Iceland.
But Pepe and Mr. Anderson, let me play the GDP nigger devil's advocate here, okay? Just to iron this out.
Take care of all the.
No. But what I'm saying is, like, we can all agree that if the way they have handled this, right, in the past, 30 years, has clearly the outcome has not been desirable, right? So we could make the argument, that tomorrow, by decree, the European Union decides.
The edict of expulsion.
Yeah. Okay, we do that, and then instantly, overnight, because Denmark, they released a study like a month ago. It was in late November. They had, because they love collecting data.
They do. They love
it. Yeah. Not to say that they might be collecting secret data as well, but that's beside the point right now. So they have seen that for every percentage increase of immigrants to their nation, the surrounding neighborhoods from this fucking ghetto hellhole that the migrants move to, the price increase is tenfold the percentage increase. So for every percent, yeah. So what do you think is going to happen to all these fucking poor, hard-working Danish people that have amassed massive amounts of debt in order to not live amongst the niggers? Their property value is going to go under the floor.
But this is the problem, right? This is where the boomers have gotten up over their skis, right? Because so much of this, it's a Jewish fucking trickery, right?
Of course it is.
No, they have, right? So they've tricked everyone into believing that their home is a fucking investment, right? And therefore it must go up, just like GDP, it must always go up, right? And because the price must always, no one's going to want to voluntarily, eat that shit sandwich and be in negative equity and so forth, right? So turkeys don't vote for Christmas.
No.
Okay? But the problem is the boomers are dying off.
Yes.
And the young, this is the problem. There's a fucking boomer. He's actually not a boomer. He's technically Gen X. But there's this fucking borderline Gen X boomer. Former British fucking military fast jet pilot. I follow him he's trying to become a bit of a personality or whatever. I'm a commentator. He is. But it's small UK niche. And I was like, you fucking idiot. It was funny. What did I call him? I said, you fucking dummy. And then it wouldn't, of course I couldn't even, community standards wouldn't allow me to post my fucking comment.
Of course not.
But it's this is you have no idea what's fucking coming because you're going to have to pick a side. He was like, well, you've got Dick Fuentes on one side and you've got these other people on the other side and I want less fucking immigration and blah, blah, blah. So he was like civ-nats versus nationalist socialists or whatever, right? All these, he was trying to make up a new category, this reasonable middle. Well, I'm a cultural nationalist. I was in the army and there were some black people.
It's fucking gay, dude.
It's super gay. It's like nigger, that's not an option.
But who's that fucking dude? There's another one J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio went to it. It's called national conservatism. And of course they disavow any ethnic nationalism. And it's literally a fucking Jew from Israel that founded this shit.
It's not you can kind of collectivize, but not like that, it's the universal thing.
Oh, that is reserved for the people, the tribe of Jacob only, guys.
That's right.
That is not for you.
But you see, if you collectivize, you're a white nationalist. But if you
because you did the Holocaust. That's why you did it. So you were not allowed to anymore.
Alex, don't get me started on that 1 second. But if you collectivize, you're a white nationalist. But if you notice them collectivizing, you're an anti-Semite. So they're allowed to collectivize. Everyone's allowed to collectivize, but you. Isn't that amazing? But do you know what I love? I love telling people that they're Trump's the next Hitler or whatever it is, or it's just well, why Hitler? And you're like, huh? Why Hitler? It's well, he didn't kill the most amount of people. Stalin killed more. And they're like, oh, but whatever. Do you know what I love? Because that's the usual answer people got. If they have half a brain, they'll go, oh, well, Stalin killed more, right? But this is something I learned in the past sort of 6 months or so, right? Which I find fucking astounding. It's beautiful, in fact, right? Do you know how many Indians the British killed during the rule in India?
Probably millions.
50 plus million. The floor of the estimate is 50 million through famine.
That's why Indians joined the SS. They joined the SS just to be able to get their lick back at the Brits.
Maybe, but listen to me.
No, the Indians did. They did. They had SS.
Maybe.
Wait, they had SS brigades with Tajid smelling like shit.
Amazing.
Are you kidding me?
No. They put them through.
What kind of D-tier Nazis are you?
We had to delouse them through the shards first of all. But seriously, but think about this: if we killed 50 million fucking Indians, and you've never heard about it, okay?
Of course not.
Why might we killed more people than fucking Stalin and Hitler allegedly combined, right? We killed them more combined. So why is it that you've never fucking heard this?
No, but you're suffering the consequences now, Mr. Anderson. Your country is turning into Pakistan.
Well, we're suffering it because we've got too many fucking Jews, who are 1.4% of the world's population, overrepresented in our fucking halls of government and fucking civil service and so forth. But regardless, and the Central Bank. But no, it's just why is it that you've never heard this? You've never heard you've heard about slavery and the blah 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 and the Holocaust, right? But you've never heard about the fucking we genocided 50 million fucking Indians. Because no one gives a shit. Why does no one give a shit? Because it doesn't suit their fucking narrative. Where's all the Indian fucking, genocide museums all over the fucking UK? Where are they? They don't exist.
Toilets. They're toilets.
Well,
that's what they are.
Yeah. So it's just it's amazing how we ourselves can kill more fucking people than all these bad men. And that's not that long ago. My grandfather served in India. Right, my grandfather was in the Air Force. This was within living fucking memory that people.
Mr. Anderson, did you hear what Benjamin Netanyahu said about the impact?
Oh, you mean Benjamin Milankowski?
Yeah. What he said about the impact of the attacks of October 7th. Because how many people died in the attacks? Do you remember?
It's allegedly like 1,600 or 1,200 or something.
Yeah, something like that. And he said it would be the equivalent of 40,000 Americans being killed. That's what he said.
Wow!
Right?
Wow! Amazing! Wow! They just come out. They just come out right and say it.
It just goes to show, one Jew is 1,000 boys. That's what it is.
That's amazing. They come out right and they just say so much for the greatest allies.
Yeah. But circling back to 4chan, Epstein's razor. Have you heard about this? No. The intensity of a politician's loyalty to Israel is directly proportional to the number of children he has raped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could believe that.
Yeah.
Until presented with other evidence, I will now assume that going forward.
Sure. But back to another aspect of this, right?
You see people like me, like Israel is fucked because you got to put like a blonde, blue-eyed Irish girl in front of me to compromise me, right?
Yeah.
And like you're not gonna get a Jewish fucking blonde-eyed blue fucking that's just not. I said blonde-eyed blue, whatever. But you're not. This is not possible. Like I'm just not gonna fall for your tricky little ways. This is not a thing. Like I'm not interested in fucking some Saniger kid, some Palestinian or whoever they're gonna be able to get. No, well, actually, some Russian, maybe.
But it is interesting, and again, I know what your answer is going to be, Mr. Anderson, because it's quite clear that you
understand history.
Sure, one could make that argument, absolutely. But again, I would say that it is also to a fault that people. Many people's weakness is that they tend to their own self-needs before the needs of their nation or their countrymen.
Well, this is the interesting thing about Nick Fuentes, and I have to admit, I used to really shit on him about this whole dating girls is so gay and blah 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 and whatever. But there's almost like, and forgive me if this is a little bit of a maybe it doesn't make immediate sense, but like why is it that, for example, like James Bond, like in the Casino Royale movie, they're talking about in the scene with the train, they're talking about with Eva Green's character, where they're they're like orphans, and then they said about that's the thing that you go to most, or that's the thing that you went to, so I'm going to think about that about you as well. The story of James Bond is that he's an orphan, and why does that make him such a good agent?
Because he has no family, so he doesn't feel loyalty to anyone else but the state. Right.
Well, no, but his so no, but I think yes, but I think another narrative that you could look upon that on it would be that there's no one that he fears that he could lose. Yeah. He has nothing to lose, but yet he has his loyalty to the state, the nation, right? Yeah. So like the Jews can't get his parents, the Jews can't get his wife, the Jews can't get his kids. Right. Okay. And that makes him unstoppable.
Yeah.
Right. Hitler didn't have any kids. You know, right? He wasn't married. Right. And in the same breath, Nick Fuentes is very open about being single.
Yeah.
Now you can make arguments about whether this tranny porn thing that allegedly.
Sure.
Whether is that a psyop? I don't fucking actually know. To be truthful, I don't fucking know. But let me tell you, you see, the longer he remains single, the better it will be for the cause. That's what I know.
Probably.
Because the second he has something,
he has something to lose. Yeah.
Because you can better believe that if he gets some fucking sweet little beautiful thing. Let's say she's working wherever, some corporate job. She works in some talent agency where they're gonna be start putting the squeeze on her. They're gonna start making it uncomfortable for her in small little ways and then big and obvious ways.
He's getting Ben Shapiro's sister's massive knockers or bust. That's the end goal here, Mr. Anderson.
Bro.
But no.
Bro, I equate that to bestiality. because that's what Jews. Do you know what I love? Jews equate by the book. They equate that to bestiality, right? But do you know but isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that when they all make a few shekels and they all want to move to the West or whatever, do you know what they all do? They'll go marry themselves a white girl. Isn't that funny? Harvey Weinstein wasn't married to no Jew. Although, do you know what's really funny? Ben Shapiro is married not to an American Jew, to an Israeli.
Oh wow.
To an Israeli. Oh yeah, true believer.
It's also funny because his what do you call it? His little hat. It's grown bigger.
It keeps getting bigger, yeah. Isn't it astounding? Because like he came to this prominent rise of like. To be fair, it's like a prize fighter. You know, he's a Harvard graduate. You know, not a dum-dum, and Jews have a wicked tongue and a fucking high speech rate. I can do that too. But getting into the ring with like children, like fucking like high school students, it's actually not that impressive. No one was doing it. It was like a marketing glitch. You know, they found it, they exploited it, then everyone does it, and then it's like no longer valuable, right?
Yeah.
But he did it. He rose to prominence. Blah blah blah. Although I love like he wrote this article in like townhall.com or something about like population transition is not a dirty word, and it basically like he was basically stating out loud that we should just move all the Palestinians out because it belongs to us. You see, if I said let's just move all the niggers out of fucking England, you know, because they don't belong here, it belongs to us, I'd be in prison anyway.
Yeah.
But isn't that amazing? Someone who had such a not necessarily a quick rise, but like the daily, like I even used to watch a lot of the Ben Shapiro show during the Trump election years and stuff. Who else? Now, obviously Jordan Peterson is Daily Wire, but like it's like amazing to watch such a high fall, not just a fall from grace, such a high fall so quickly. Like
yeah, but again, I think it's mostly because both him and Jordan, in a sense, right? They have built their entire brand on being like feelings that doesn't care about facts, right?
No, it's all been built on a house of cards. Undoubtedly, I just mean, but how quickly it's just fallen apart, you know. And this is what people should be hopeful for, because they're like, oh, the Jews are in control. But yes, but this is how quickly it can fucking collapse. Yeah. Like it literally just needs the light. Light is the greatest disinfectant. You shone a light on the fact that they're not the Daily Wire, they're the fucking Israeli Wire, right? You start everyone starts calling it the Israeli Wire, and their business is gone, right?
But
like,
Mr. Anderson, did you? Sorry to interject, but did you hear? I heard another quote from Mr. President, the real one in Israel, not the one in the Oval Office. But he said that they've come into their own right now. So they are saying that they are going to implement a plan where like they can stand on their own 2 feet. They don't need America anymore. So they have a 10-year plan where they intend to stop receiving money from the American taxpayers. and someone commented right out there saying like, oh, it's a parasite leaving his dying host.
Yes, that's right.
I thought it was quite funny.
I'm thinking to myself, they must have found a way to like counterfeit US dollar notes.
Yeah, probably. They maybe asked Kim Jong-un. Supposedly North Korea are pretty good.
Yeah, the super note. Apparently, it's not Venezuela, but there's some. Is it Venezuela? There's some like. No, is it Chile? There's some country where basically the currency was so weak, the special paper the currency was written on was more valuable than it was actually monetarily valuable, so that they were like bleaching it and then reprinting it with US dollars, and like it was passing all detection methods because it was this special seam, because it's actually a cotton. It's not necessarily. It's a mix of cotton and paper or something. I don't know. I watched some YouTube video and I was like, I've seen this North Korean super note thing before. I think is what you're talking about, right? But because they got state level access from the same companies that make the printers. But there was this thing where I think it's in Chile, where they basically like bleached the notes, or they got the fucking original printing off it, or were able to dissolve it off it or whatever, and that's how they were doing it. So yeah, dude. But hey, why do it illegally when you can just get into the tribe and print the money legally?
Yeah, exactly. But getting back to the core idea, right? Where essentially, like, it's not only to a fault of
the fucking retarded policies, right? Because they are retarded. But it's also the kind of exploitation of the lesser nature of people, Mr. Anderson. So there is like the fact that wait, are you still there? My phone is weird. Yeah. Because it still says that you're on a call from the icon.
Oh yeah, it says that for me too.
Yeah, but no. So essentially, in 1978, a postman working for the post service, just doing his bike rides every day, he could afford for a year's salary, he could afford to buy like a pre-built home, like what we call yeah, exactly, we call them what like a duplex. Is that the American way of saying it? Like it's a street and you have a maybe 2 or 3 bedroom house right next to another neighbor, and then the street just goes on for forever. What do you call that type of house? It's like a
duplex is a different thing. I think a duplex is like deep occupancy, so it's like.
But you get it. It's like it's yeah. It's like it exists in England as well, right? In the smaller.
It's like all the Detroit fucking automobile workers who could afford a home, 2 cars, vacation, and all on one salary.
Yeah, exactly. But the interesting thing is, right? It's not that postal worker has produced more output for society, right? It's the fact that inflation has gone up. And also the housing market has been kind of wonky because of a lot of factors, right? So one that they cite quite often is the fact that the European Union are very strict in where they allow people to build new housing, right? Because
it's criminal. Yeah, it's criminal.
Yeah. Environmental.
I look at America. No, it's not even so much environmental. There is stuff like. There's definitely stuff like a bat survey and a fucking this and a blah 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 and a whatever, right? But no, it's very simple. More so, there's literally green fields beside me. I live right on the edge of town. One side of my house is I live on the very outskirt of the city. Yeah. So one side of my garden's all green fields, and the other side is like the housing development I live in.
Yeah.
So it's like whatever. But you see those fields beside me. I cannot build a house there if I bought that field.
Yeah.
But you see, before I die, there will be houses built in that field. Right.
Exactly.
So there is some town planner, right? There's some central planner who's determined that right now that can't be built upon. It's not that and so therefore house prices are just artificially high because that's the other thing which I'm like, it's in no one's incentive. There's no incentive for anyone who's already in the pyramid scheme to allow the creation because otherwise, because you see, if you could just go and build new homes, all this old housing stock from the 1920s or the fucking whatever, the 1970s even, were like fucking in insulation and rundown and whatever. Like people would just go and build a new home because it's cheaper to go and the bill of materials to construct a new home is not even close to being the actual price of these homes. It's literally the artificial constraint, right? And the lack of, so it's just supply and demand, and they're artificially controlling the supply. And as demand increases for fucking population changes among many things, right? It's criminal.
Yeah. No, but this is the point then, Mr. Anderson, because you're entirely correct in your analysis and your assumptions here, and it's not only in England, of course, it's the issue here as well, right? So, and of course, the people that currently reside in the house, they don't want their property value to go down, so they are going to vote for the parties.
Oh, it's like a famous person giving away too many signatures. It devalues their signature.
Yes.
So the people in the permits and planning office, the more rubber stamps that they authorize, the more theoretically they devalue their own home.
Yes. And they don't want that.
They
one
don't
is going to do that to their own house. Yeah. No. Because they would be stupid. They are stupid, but not.
And I don't even. But the thing is, I don't even know if they truly understand it to that degree. I think a lot of it is like my sister and my dad also did about 20 years ago, they built what Americans call a custom home, where basically you buy land, whether there's permitting on it or not, you go through the whole process. The process itself is so arduous, right? So painful and can be expensive, but it's so drawn out and whatever, and jumping through hoops. And then there's the game you have to play, where basically, like, let's say you want to build a house and just make up a number. It's 10,000 square feet, whatever. You have to like apply for one, which is 15,000. Right? Because they're going to want to like, no, you can't have this and that. So you're hoping it's like a negotiation that you overextend, and then they go, no, you can take it back, and then you hopefully get what you want. Because if you apply first time for what you want, they're going to knock you back, and then you don't get at all what you want, right? So there's the whole. I don't think the people in the planning office, and I don't think that they're thinking this is like, let's say one of them built a custom home, right? Or I don't think it's going to be that they understand that every time they approve a development or a home, that it's going to potentially devalue their own home by whatever, some incremental amount. I think a lot of them just see it as, this was really fucking painful for me. Yeah, like they're just like, well, it's got to be painful for you too. Like there's no one would be willing just to be like, oh yeah, this is just the way it should be, you know, like it should just be easy. Like there's places, this is what the European mind cannot comprehend. You know those memes, right? You know, the European mind cannot comprehend, and it's like some American driving a pickup truck with a fucking, you know, right? There are places in America what are called no code. Like you literally don't, like there's a lot of people I follow on on YouTube from northern Idaho. Ruby Ridge. Anyway, but from northern Idaho, right? And they literally have to file like a $25, some like, you know, nominal amount for like just a piece of paper. I don't know what the fuck it's actually called, but they basically just let the state know that they're building something on this land, right? And they can build whatever they want, and they can build it to whatever building standards they want. So it's literally, there's no building code. There's no building, like, no, don't get me wrong. Most of them build to standard, if not above, because it's their own home, and that's what, like, you know, but there's no requirement. Like, there's states in America, like I think Florida's the biggest one, where there's no annual inspection of vehicles. You could just drive your fucking vehicle down the fucking road with the shock absorbers blown out and the fucking disc brakes fucked and whatever. Like, have you ever had to put your car through annual inspection?
Yeah, of course.
You're in fucking Europe, right? Every fucking year, try having 5 fucking cars, right? It's like, it's a pain in the ass, right? Although I don't keep all of my cars on the road all the time, but there's amazing, like the European mind cannot comprehend that it's possible to live in the developed world where you don't have the state breathing down your fucking neck all the time.
Yeah, but they're also being so heavily indoctrinized, so they think that is disgusting, right? Yeah.
Well, exactly, right? It's like they literally, it's the Neo fucking Matrix, and you know, with Morpheus, it's like it's the red dress scene, right? And it's like, you know, are you listening? No, he's looking at the one in the red dress, and before that he goes, these people are not ready to be woken up. They will literally, very people will fight to defend the system that like oppresses them, right? You try to tell them that, oh no, here's your firearm so you can defend yourself. I don't fucking want that. What the fuck? I don't want that in my house. That's what people will be like in Europe. People will be like, here's a fully automatic weapon. You know, you can defend yourself and your family with. The like average, the majority of fucking people, right? Like great people, actually, a lot of them. You know, like I thought about this with Lou passing because he has a cat, right? And I was like, who's going to take the cat? Yeah, there's a lot of people in society who like, someone volunteered to take the cat, although I think his aunt is going to take it. And like, not everyone can be a fucking trailblazer and, you know, the cutting edge and the tip of the fucking spear and like pushing boundaries. But like, we do need these quote unquote good people who, like, you know, if people like me die, like, you know, they're going to raise my kids in my absence. They're going to take care of my dog. They're going to take, you know, like, it could be your mom, it could be your aunt, it could be a good family friend. They're going to take my dog if, God forbid, something happened to me, right? Your society needs some of those people, right?
Of course.
We can't all be, like, we need the good little teacher who, like, type, like my aunts and uncles, right? You know? But those people are also the first ones to reject any new system. Even though it's an old, even though it's technically the old system, the system that was once here, they've been so slowly, the frog has been boiled so slowly for so long, they wouldn't even recognize it, you know? It's why I'm convinced they don't want us to know about Rhodesia, because Rhodesia is like, if Britain and Texas had a baby, is Rhodesia, right?
Yeah.
Like, have you learned it?
Rhodesia is well known, though. Rhodesia is well known. Rhodesia is globally recognized.
That's
Globally
right.
recognized.
Yeah, but no.
And you know what?
But people I'm telling you, people in the UK don't know about Rhodesian. And you see, if you even like, I have a Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Yeah, because these
Listen.
young UK guys are niggers. These young UK guys are niggers.
That's right. He gets
It's
it.
a fact.
He gets it. He gets it. But seriously, even if you Google, which of course you're Googling it, right? Let's not forget that. But if you Google Rhodesian Ridgeback, like the dog, it literally says in the like blurb for it.
It's from Zimbabwe, right?
No. It says it's a South African dog.
Oh, okay.
It's a South African dog.
Mm.
No, it's like very convenient. You see, they don't even want to tell you that Rhodesia was a country. You see, because they don't want you to know that what happens. You see, Alex, what happens if you lived like 100,000 Swedes or 100,000 Norwegians and you drop them in Africa?
No, it's going to be.
It's going to be Rhodesia. It's going to be Rhodesia. It's going to be the breadbasket.
You know, they dropped 100,000 fucking Swedes in Minnesota, right? They dropped 100,000.
Yeah,
300,000 fucking
that's right.
Swedes.
But
In
literally,
Minnesota. And you know what? Minnesota became the hub of the Somali immigrants.
That's
And
right.
all the
He gets
Somali.
it. But this is literally, if you drop 100,000 British people in a fucking country in Africa, right, it not only becomes the breadbasket of fucking Africa where it could feed the whole continent, right, okay, but literally to this day, the residue, right, still to this day, Zimbabwe nowadays, of course, the residue of the British having been there is still so strong that Zimbabwe, I'm like, I couldn't believe this, but Zimbabwe has the highest literacy rates in all of Africa, right? So, like, it's, like, unprecedented, you know, what, the people, because you see, everyone's like, oh, what is a country? What is a nation? Or whatever, you know. It's a country may be a fucking landmass, but a nation, it's its people. You can lift that nation up and fucking transport it to a different fucking planet.
Sure.
It's just Norway number 2 or.
Yeah. But there is a caveat to this, Mr. Anderson, and we all know it.
There's the caveat. You control the Democrats, you control the Republicans, and you control the Federal Reserve.
Sure.
I do believe in blood and soil, but primarily primarily it is blood though. Soil is the
secondary.
Because the Europeans can go to America and have new soil, right? And it's not magic dirt. We made it. We civilized. We domesticated the frontier. You know, these wild open places. Like this wasn't like this is not the same as Somalians fucking moving into Minnesota, right? And just like fucking assuming office and just taking over. It's like when Americans fucking went west, like there was nothing. It was the fucking there wasn't a country.
You're correct, Mr. Anderson, but I'm saying that the ambitions of the nation can only be as strong as the quality of its stock, right? That's my.
That's right.
So if
that's
you
why
have,
they're diluting the stock.
Yeah, but if you have a bunch of fucking retards that you live with, regardless of if they're your blood or not, you can do your best to try to educate these people. But if they are retarded, they should not reproduce, right? And that's what we did here in this part of the world where I live. If you were dependent on the government, guess what? We fucking tied your tubes. That's what we did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we did.
That's
Up
all,
until 1978, we tied the tubes.
That's
of
based.
people dependent. Yeah, incredibly based. And it's also interesting because you could see the effects. This is highly sensitive to discuss, of course, because it ties deeply into eugenics, even within the fucking mighty white North, you know.
I love how, you know, everybody appreciates, like, for example, a great dog, like an award-winning, show-winning pedigree dog.
Yeah.
Okay, what dog breeding is literally eugenics.
Yeah, no, it is.
So on one hand, we celebrate it, but then if you go, oh, but my niggers, right? Oh, it's like, you know, people lose their mind. You know, you're not allowed to practice it in humans.
Yeah. No, but it's interesting because once they abolished the program, right, where people of slow-wittedness and people dependent on the government and people that were institutionalized, once that ended, right, because they considered it inhumane because of this fucking class traitor that became.
Who perpetrated that narrative?
It was, well, he wasn't a Jew, but he was influenced by them, clearly.
Was he a communist?
He was. His name was Olof Palme, and they shot him.
That isn't that funny, right?
Yeah.
So See, this is it. Anybody who falls for a Jewish idea, to me, is a Jew. Like
Sure.
it's like
Spiritually.
It's essentially, but it's like looks like a duck, walks like a duck, walks like a duck. They're a duck. It's like I don't care if it's actually a duck. Maybe it's a goose.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a gander. Maybe it's fucking swan. It's close enough.
Yeah.
It's like if you talk like a Jew, if you believe Jewish things, if you side with the Jews, you're a Jew.
Yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, but no, you gotta say Zionist," you're like, "No, I just say Jew. Yeah, just say Jew. It's good enough."
Yes. Thankfully, they shot him. Anyway,
But isn't it funny how those people are almost, even Yuri Bezmenov talked about this, they're almost like the first ones against the wall.
Yeah. That's always the case. But getting back to it, so yes, they ended the program in the early 90s. Of course, we still had some amount of migration, right? Initially, of course, it's also dependent on the capacity of the country you're in. Clearly, it's preferable to live among your own. We don't disagree there, Mr. Anderson. But when the Greeks and the Italians, when they came up north to get jobs after the Second World War, they could work in the factories. And it didn't really matter that their Swedish was kind of shitty, because Swedish is a difficult language. I understand totally that it's quite tricky to learn a new language when you're older. But they could support themselves. They had dignity because they could pay rent, they could pay their taxes, and they could provide for their families, right? So they had some skill that they could take pride in. Because that's what we needed at the time, because we were producing, like we had production in this part of the world. And you had it in England as well. Now everything is fucking offset to China and the Philippines, right?
There's no more Sheffield steel, there's no more Staffordshire, whatever.
Yeah.
It's all off fucking China.
Yeah. Now it's just the global supply chain bullshit. But yes, so then, people were suspicious, of course, because these people were darker and they ate different food and they were, a little bit more exotic. But they were still tolerated because we understood that, if this country is going to prosper, we need workers, right? They have something that we don't have. They have skill. So we opened the doors gladly, and they contributed to this society. So, and for that we owe them a debt in form of money, which they have received. You
weren't indebted to give them fucking citizenship.
No, of course not. That is of course that is the crux of it, right? They don't need that.
The thanks that they get is the money, and
yeah, exactly. But now, like, that is inconceivable to people. If you don't get your dick sucked every day by your boss, you're being me too'd emotionally, correct? That's the level of a fucking girl boss that we have now in society. But getting back to it,
but it's not like in the likes of Dubai.
No.
But it's a very transitory place. Like, there's no path to citizenship if you go out there and go.
No, of course not. No, because they don't want to fundamentally change the nature of the society.
I saw something today that they're actually like supplying less funding or something for anyone who wants to go.
Yeah, who wants to go to the UK because of radicalization.
But isn't it amazing how, like, nobody lose their minds when they apply? It's only the white nations. You see, this is the thing. It's like when you poke, right through to like the underlying layer or the common denominator. That's fundamentally it. It's the common denominator. I could write a book just called Common Denominator.
Yeah, but
it's the core issue.
But
it always is and always has been.
Yes, but it's also the people that are tricked by them. They don't fucking deserve to live, Mr. Anderson. Because when you see but who's tricked? I don't blame the nigger. I don't blame the Somali, bro. If I was living in Mogadishu and I thought I could come there and mug a bunch of fucking white people, I'd probably do it too. But I'm not a nigger. But Mr. Anderson, I'm talking specifically about this fat fucking neckbeard, fucking receding hairline, haven't done a fucking push-up in their entire life. Reddit moderators that want to be raped to death by niggers.
I understand, but these people, right? Here's the thing. Like, the fact that we don't have a strong culture, the thing that this is the picture you're missing, Alex. These people are being programmed.
Yeah.
Okay, but what can you derive from that statement? That they're programmable.
Yeah.
Okay? That we just have to be the ones. We have to take back the programming rights, the ownership rights, and we have to be the ones to program them ourselves. That means we have to take back culture. We have to expel Jews. We have to own, this is, politics is downstream from culture. right? As a Jew once said, actually, Andrew Breitbart. So this is an issue which will solve itself. Bro, are you telling me you've never dated a girl and she could have been a fucking liberal a little bit, and then eventually she ends up liking your music, your fucking politics? Yeah. These people are programmable because they're too agreeable.
Yeah.
And they're just being programmed. So this is like, I think it's called the 3% rule. Have you ever heard of this?
No? Yeah, I have.
Where it's like basically like you basically need like a fucking, not violent, but you need like a militant group of like 3% of believers. 3%.
It's enough to change public opinion.
It's like that's the tipping point that's actually required.
Yeah, but it's also okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Mr. Anderson. But place yourself in this position.
It's 3.5% rule in political science in regards to
some fucking
country protests.
Wearing a skin suit of you, trying
to
fucking
fellow white people. You know.
Yeah, no, but
you get some fellow white people, and he's going to try and infiltrate it.
Fucking Tommy Robinson, for example. Great example.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
What the fuck do you do about Tommy Robinson?
Do you know what's one of the, you drown him under the Tower of London and London Bridge. Do you know what's one of the most beautiful things? Do you know what one of the most Jewish things about him is?
Besides him actually being a Jew, what is it?
That's not even his real name.
No, of course not.
Yeah, have you ever thought about that? Right, Stephen Jackson Lenley.
Ah, okay. You sure it's not a theme there in them as well?
That's right. But no, but it's just amazing, like, I've got the photographs of them. In fact, I'll send them to you, of like in the full fucking IDF Mossad t-shirts, like it's like a joke, but he's in Israel, wearing.
No, but that is also it's so funny to me. Like, again, like we differ here, Mr. Anderson, because I do understand that the nature of Jewry is one of the most corrosive things that can happen to any society. I don't disagree there, but like on a personal level, we talk to my friend, we talk to a lot of guys here, and they're like, you can kind of, if you squint really hard.
I understand, but you realize that you have to look at this from like a systems level engineer.
Yeah.
Okay, the fact that you.
No, but I agree with you.
It's like, put it this way: if I don't allow niggers in my country, there are no niggers fucking white girls that they should.
Yeah.
Right. If I, or if I'm a little bit passionate, well, guess what? That's the chink in the armor. That's why is a phalanx? Do you know what a phalanx is?
Yeah.
Right. Why is it strong?
Because there's no gaps, right? They stick together, right?
And it's uniform.
Yeah.
Right. And everyone acts in unison.
Yeah.
What happens if a single person was left-handed?
No, it breaks down, right? So I get that.
So when they say shit like diversity is our strength, that's a humiliation ritual, because it only ever has been and always will be unity is strength.
Yeah. No, it's only applied to us. Like
that's
when
right.
it comes to their country,
that's right.
Then it's the opposite, right? So I get that. Like in principle, I understand it.
So,
from
and it's also a negotiation tactic, okay? Because you see, if I want a pay raise and I go in and I say I want 100,000 euros for my pay, and I go in and let's say and this won't happen, obviously in Europe, no one gets paid these amounts, right? But like, let's say you went in, you'd be like, okay, I want 110 or 120 or whatever, and they go, fuck no, blah blah blah, and you're earning like 70, right? That would be a good wage, right? And then they would go, blah blah blah. Maybe if you ask for 100, you're never gonna get it. Okay? Now, you can't ask for 120% of them depopulated. Well, that would mean us going back to Africa and killing 20% extra just for good shits and giggles, right? Well, maybe we should, as a deterrent. Don't ever come back, right? Send them all back and then go over there and kill an extra 20%. Maybe, bro, maybe. That's the answer.
We'll see.
So, but it's like, you have to argue. It's like angering. So when I argue, most of the time, I'm arguing the point 10 out of 10, right on the edge, right? Maybe I believe 7 out of 10.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like, do you remember Prashant?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I have to argue this point like Prashant's going home. Prashant's going home.
Yeah.
He's Indian. Now, I've spent many hours with Prashant. So, but if you told me that, I can live in a a fucking mixed meat special world full of fucking different sloth of brown people in my country, or I can with a slightly higher GDP, or a country which was closer to being what it was and has been for thousands of years, right? Without them, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm gonna choose my own kind every single fucking time.
No, of course.
Like, you see, I don't believe in this, like, whether I like it or not. Like, I understand the point, but I believe these people are programmable. I would rather live amongst white liberals than black conservatives.
Yeah.
Okay? I would rather live amongst fucking liberal, crazy, whatever, because, like, the political opinions can change, genetics cannot, right?
Sure, I get that, Mr. Anderson. But you also, like, yes, of course, that would be preferable, because even though, like, there is a lot of issues there, at least you have some modicum of
well, it can be brought back from the brink.
Yeah.
Right. Once you have some mutt, right? Like, I mean, truly, like, they're no longer white, they're no longer black. What are they? Right? And I love this about, like, I've seen man in the street interviews in England, and they're like, oh, like, if you were called up for a draft, but they'll be like, oh no, I'm gone, I'm leaving the country. These people have no
they have no loyalty.
Of course not. They have no common bond with us.
No. But that is also the evil aspect of this type of discourse, right? Where you have, like, a bunch of fucking liberal arts fucking professors talking about whether or not, but is there even an English culture? Is there, like, is there, what even is Sweden? We fucking know what it is.
Bro, it's like, I know. You see these black people or whatever, like, these noms. They just call them ends, niggers and noms, right?
Yeah.
The ends getting interviewed, like, man in the street interview in London.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know what it is. What is British culture? Like,
While they're speaking your language.
You're fucking speaking it, exactly. You're fucking
Yeah.
speaking it. You're looking at it. Look at the buildings. Look at the society. The fucking, like, alleged freedom that we once had, right? Like, literally, we fucking ruled a quarter of the surface of the fucking earth, right? And we didn't need no fucking nigger to help us, okay? Like, this is my point of view. Honestly, this is where they've pushed me. This is where they've radicalized me. What's the point of having niggers in my country if they're literally not, like, serving and, like, helping my grandmother, my mother, like, they're, like, being, like, they're the help? No, we're literally getting, like, in America, there's niggers running around in fucking supercars in America.
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
Yeah.
And there's white people on the fucking street. Like, we literally have these fucking nuns that have just arrived off the fucking boat in 4-star fucking hotels, heated, being paid for, fucking 3 meals a day, prioritized healthcare. Dude, I had to go to like a private clinic to go the other day. I had to get an emergency.
Alex, and du svensk?
Yeah. Sorry, what?
Alex, you're from Sweden, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I remember you. Where have you been, man? You
That's
don't
amazing.
just do these
Are you truly a nigger?
Me?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Are you sure? Because you're acting like one.
Yeah, right.
Do you know why you're acting like one? What characteristic is it you displayed that made me call you a nigger?
I don't know. Maybe you felt interrupted?
You've got no impulse control. Yeah.
Right.
Like, you realize there was a conversation in flow.
Yeah, but again, I mean, it's not his fault.
Yeah, I know. Niggers are niggers. I'm nice. Anyway, I don't have the energy for this. Anyway,
No, I get
I had an emergency. It wasn't like a I had to go to the hospital, but basically my dentist couldn't perform a procedure, and I had to go to a specialist clinic, and I had to go and get this, blah, 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 blah. Oh, there were these fucking nuns in there, and I had to pay for it privately. Oh, they get the fucking golden treatment. It's like, so these people have just arrived in the fucking country. They're getting to go to the best fucking clinics to go and get the best treatment all on our dime. Isn't that amazing? Like, meanwhile, like, my mother or, like, my grandmother would have been, like, struggling to pay for their fucking heating bill because it's so fucking cold and whatever, and they're all paid for. It's like, if you made the argument to me, well, we do this for our own, like, our homeless, right? All of it. Like, if there wasn't a single British citizen, if I was to be so, not crass, but if I was to be so, just business-like, and say former taxpayers. There are former taxpayers on the street, right, who've previously paid into the system. That, you know, why is it that there are former taxpayers on the street, you know, starving and freezing, and we're putting people who haven't paid a single penny up in fucking hotels? Well, the government's obviously making an investment, and they're investing in who they think is going to be the future. Sure. Right? Like, that's the insanity.
Yeah, no. Again, understandable. I think your nation's.
So I've never been like a quote unquote socialist by any stretch of the imagination. But if you tell me there's only two options, where the options are, well, we can put all of our homeless. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand there's incentives, and then we're incentivizing people to pretend that they're homeless. But if you told me we were putting British citizens in 4-star hotels, heated, fucking 3 meals a day, blah, blah, blah. There's people that would pretend to be homeless just to go to the fucking hotels, right?
Yeah.
Right? Just like they're pretending to be they're pretending not to be economic refugees, to pretend to be asylum seekers to show up here. But if you told me the option was that we were going to have to pay for our own citizens to be in fucking hotels so that they weren't living on the streets, or a bunch of fucking Somali, Nigerian niggers, you know, you're going to force me. This is where it's like, I saw this meme, and I actually think there's a lot of truth into this. People are going to reunite under one flag or the other, and you have to pick a side. And it's going to be National Socialism, or it's going to be communism.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be no in between. There's going to be none of this, like this fucking boomer, former fast jet pilot guy. Well, he's actually Gen X, but whatever. Earlier, he was like, well, I want to be a cultural fucking nationalist. You know, no, nigger, that's not a thing. You're going to, as things progressively get worse and decay, as your society decays, you're going to be pushed to choose a side. And I never would have necessarily thought I was going to be a socialist, but bro, hey, if it makes an ethnically pure country, yeah, consider me a national socialist.
Yeah, I think that the issue, right, which I hope they have learned from their mistakes, Mr. Anderson, is that there is, you know, whenever, you know, someone like the Babylon Bee or Ben Shapiro calls this the woke right?
The Jews.
Yeah. Who is the biggest promoter? The man boob guy with the beard, the fucking James Lindsay. Whenever he talks about the woke right? There is a kernel of truth there, and that is the purity tests, right? Which is going to become more and more stringent the more power they collect, right? So on principle, I agree with you. Like, if the choice is between Europe perishing because of the demographic decline, right, exacerbated by the policies, clearly there is a reason why people want to go to the West, and it's because they have produced
it's magic dirt.
Yeah,
it's magic dirt. If only they occupied the magic dirt, they too would be great.
Yeah, and then once all the white people are gone, it's going to be a third world country.
I love magic dirt theory. I just love it. And people telling it to people for the first time is like, what?
Yeah. But still, like, it's going to be very, very difficult for some people to and maybe that is a price worth paying. I don't know. Like, for instance, you know, me, a product of what the Jews would consider bestiality, right? No, but
Alex, you're white enough.
Yeah, I think so. I think I am. And honestly, you know, even if I was a retarded communist, if I spit in a fucking cup, it would come out as at least 90% European. So that's not the issue. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Anderson, as long as you are not Führer, you don't decide the rules. So if you ask blood and soil guys, like the real hardcore blood and soil guys where I live, they would absolutely be on a fucking boat tomorrow.
But it will never be 100%.
No, of course.
Even quietly, I can acknowledge that price tag, right? But that's not what I say publicly.
No. Because you still need to shift the Overton window.
Precisely.
Yeah.
You know, I'm negotiating in public.
Yeah. And believe me, I come from a long line of fascists, so I understand. You know, I understand the allure. Do
you know what the truth is as well? It's just more fun.
Yeah.
It's just more fun to argue at 10/10.
Yeah.
Like just to argue like, no, you're all niggers than me. Like it's just more fun.
Yeah, sure. but it's also like in practicality, I think we are going to have to find, once people have woken up enough, you need to find a common framework.
Here's a common framework, right?
Yeah.
If I go and marry, if a Northern Irish person went and married someone from Nigeria, and you can assume what type of race that person is from Nigeria, would their kids be Northern Irish?
That would be very difficult to argue. That they
Okay. Now, if my brother, true story, married a Norwegian, okay? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Let me go back. If the Northern Irish person married a Nigerian and they had children, would those children be white?
No, of course they wouldn't be.
Okay.
Right?
My brother married a Norwegian and had 2 beautiful boys. Are those children white?
Yes, they are.
That's right. That's right. Okay. And no reasonable person could dispute that.
No, of course not. But then, if we look at the old-timey classifications, right? A Slav, we would still say, you know what, it's a Slav, but it's white. So it's close enough. But in the 40s, they had the luxury to be like, no, that's like a 2-tier, like a 3rd-tier white. It's not a proper one.
Bro,
but
they
now
do that
we aren't even enough of us to do that.
Even within the same country, like northern fucking Italians look down upon the fucking peasants in the south, right? It's the same in Portugal. All the money's in the north, in the developed cities, and in the Algarve in the south, where I used to live.
So
they look down upon the peasants. It's all contextual. It's all text.
But how
because
how
of where I
do we
live,
keep from making that same mistake again? Because there is strength in numbers, Mr. Anderson.
I know, but this is why, right? So firstly, they did these things because there was actually merit to what they were saying. That's something to take into point. Because it's those, those nasty little Protestants up in the north who were way more productive, than the lazy Catholics in the south, right? That's typically what it usually seems to be, right?
Yeah.
All the, like Milan and like the Lamborghini and the Ferrari, all these things, I believe that's in the north of Italy, right?
Yeah.
It's more like the German side of Italy, right? So you get this more productive side of society versus like the lazy fucking Southerners, the Sicilians or whoever, right?
Yeah.
And they have a totally different work ethic, right? But here's the crutch, right? Like, so where I live in Northern Ireland, we've had like 50 years of conflict here, right? Now it's been hundreds of years basically, but really there's been like an ongoing, a serious dispute for the past 50 years since the 70s and then 69 or something, I think it was. Anyway, here's the thing. You literally had protests here where rioting is a national pastime here, right? And we would end up not just rioting with each other on each perceived side of the divide, we would riot with the police, right? So universally, both sides would riot with the police, although strangely enough, maybe this makes sense or not, the Protestant side, who are perceived to be the main population, we would riot with the police more than the Catholics would, right? Who were considered to be the minority, right? So we were like pushing back against the state, who was then inflicting things upon us that we didn't vote for, right? And then also we would have conflicts with the Catholics, right, on the perceived other side. Do you know what's happening now?
They're banding together.
They're banding together. They're literally protesting. Exactly, because we realize it's contextual. That we have more unites us than separates us, and that we have to unite against the fucking Negro, right? The fucking Somali nigger, right? Like that's the humble. Now don't get me wrong. Fast forward a decade or two, once we get rid of all that,
then you can start killing each other.
We'll start killing each other again. But it's funny. Like you like the Italy will unite, even though like whatever, there's always gonna be some divide, some football team. But like it's like this is where the one world government shit is, where they want to. Was it Project Bluebeam? They want their like theory is. They're like going to project into the sky.
Yeah, the aliens and stuff.
Yeah. Why? So that we unite, right? This is like, why do they have it in North Korea? Like, Batman, USA, and blah, blah. They have a common enemy that unites the country, right? So that they, otherwise they would, not believe this common narrative and belief system and go along. Because people, you can only keep the iron fist on such a 3.5%. If more than 3.5% of the population rises up, you're fucked, right? You don't have enough prison cells for them or whatever. That's the whole point. And you can't control that much of the population. And so as long as enough of us unite, they can't stop it. And then it has this like self-fulfilling prophecy where just like enough people convince other people that convince more people, and then just like it's positively spirals out of control for them and into our benefit. And that's why they have to, for example, this fucking Rwandan nigger who got asylum in 2 summers ago, I think it was, who stabbed and killed like a bunch of young girls, like 5 and 6 and 7 years old, at a Taylor Swift themed birthday party.
Yeah.
They
made a fucking Jew Netflix show about it. Where they made the kid
of course,
white. Yeah.
But what they really did is our Keir Starmer, our Jewish Prime Minister, to quell any uprising, he brought about 24-hour courts where they process people. There was a woman who's currently in prison, Lucy Connolly, for a tweet which was posted for something like 10 minutes, and then she deleted it, where basically she said some shit in the heat of the moment or whatever. Meanwhile, we have city councillors who were basically saying, like, off with their fucking head. Some fucking nigger is saying shit, an elected, like, leftist fucking party member, saying some shit, like, and he got quietly, devoted or whatever, and then, his court case was delayed until basically all the news cycles changed, and then he got a little slap on the wrist and let off. Meanwhile, there are white people in fucking prison right now for deleted tweets, right? Like, it's insane. So, because they're terrified of 3.5% of the fucking population waking up at once, because they know they can't stop it.
Yeah, no, we'll see. I think like you're gonna love this, Mr. Like the fact of the matter is, like, we all know that the Socialist Party is in Europe today. They are not catering to us anymore. They're catering to the imported demographics, right? You could make the argument that this might have worked maybe 40 years ago or 30 years ago, when migration was still, at a reasonable level, right? Where like there could be some benefit. Like,
go work in the meat packing plant.
Yeah.
Don't, like, the difference is now.
Yeah.
There's a chance where, like, it sickened me. Now, this doesn't. My mom has a part-time job, but I saw in her employer during a different shift, a different area. There's some fucking Indian Bajit nigger who's like, they all have on their name badges, joined the company in this year, 2021. So this young girl who joined the company in, like, say 2021, who'd been working in the store longer than this guy, 2023, and here's him like, no, he seemed polite enough and whatever, and there was nothing like egregious going on, and he was like, oh yeah, you can take your break at such and such. I'm like, here's this fucking Bajit who's just landed off the fucking boat, giving orders to a fucking white girl. Like, what type of fucking... this is not a serious country.
No.
This is not a fucking serious country. What kind of fucking country are we living in? That, like, this is... You see, the meme basically is, it's like, today you're arguing about, how many, or, like, whether you should have them, right? And then, the next thing, or 10 years from now, the next argument you're having is whether they should rule over you or not.
Yeah, no. Now, what we're doing now, Mr. Anderson, is forced mixing. That is the platform.
Bro, it's always been forced.
Yeah.
But one of the most amazing things. Let me say this. Joe, it's one of the most amazing things. You know where they, like, forced integration in, like, Little Rock, Arkansas? Do you know that they deployed, like, the 101st fucking Airborne, and they literally, at gunpoint with bayonets fitted, they literally forced white people to submit to allow the fucking niggers in their schools?
Yeah, no, I know.
Like, in the 50s, they literally deployed the military with bayonets fitted. So you literally have, like, little fucking wholesome white girls in her pleated fucking skirt and her whatever going to fucking school with her books with the 101st Airborne with a fucking bayonet at her back. Like, that's what the fucking Jews will, have, because people will never go along with this willingly. Now, those photographs, you can go and find them.
I've seen them.
But they're not openly talked about. No one ever votes for this.
No, it's true. You're right. But the way they do it here is a little bit more, let's say, Scandinavian, right? It's more sophisticated. It's not as hostile as it's not as on the nose as they are.
Well, they appeal to your compassion, and that's where your compassion, I believe, is your weakness.
Yeah. No,
I'm not saying there shouldn't be compassion.
No,
but that it
the
should
right
be
context.
but it should be reserved for humans, not savages.
No, but let me explain then what is about to happen. So right before the fucking libtards lost the last election, because now supposedly we have
What?
quote unquote
In your elections?
Yeah, no, because we're going to have new ones now. But for the past 4 years, we had what's the Conservative Party called in? Is it the Tories in Britain, right? So we had the Tories in essentially.
They're literally called the Conservative Party, but people know them as the Tories.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same here. They're part of SOG. So it's like
they're SOG. I love it.
Yeah. No.
Have you ever seen the photograph of Randy Weaver from fucking from Ruby Ridge, and he's sitting on the couch in his house with his wife and kids, and he's wearing a T-shirt that this is in the early 90s. He's wearing a black T-shirt and says "Say no to Zog."
No, I haven't seen that one.
From Ruby Ridge, you know about Ruby Ridge?
Yeah.
He's wearing a fucking T-shirt that says "Say no to Zog," bro. Anybody who notices gets fucking marked.
Yeah. But getting back to it, so they have been in a coalition government together with our nationalist party, supposedly nationalist party, right? It was founded by a former officer from the SS, right? So that
the actual SS?
Yeah, no, like a proper one, right?
How old is it?
No, he died in the 80s, but he was the founder of the party. They were essentially skinheads.
But have the leftists and the Jews not overtaken it by now?
No, they have, because they talk more about the rights and the sovereign right of Israel to murder little children, more so than the.
So it's been completely infiltrated, is what you're saying?
Yeah. So that is absolutely the case. But getting back to it, so even though on paper they have been boasting about the fact that we have net zero migration now, that is not the case, because within the data, it doesn't include family reunification. So we've had about 100,000 fucking shitskins coming in the last 4 years, every year. Okay, so they filled up the country with 500,000 more fucking functionally illiterate people.
What's the population? It's like 8 million?
If you take native Swedes, we're 8.2 million. But if you add in the fucking parasites, it's 10.5. Okay, so almost 20% of the populace is just people dependent on the government.
So how many million non-natives?
2.5, I would say, something like this.
So they're bringing in 100,000.
Yeah, every year. Yeah, even though they claim, the asylums has gone down. Yeah, but they're anchor babies, right? So they're taking their whole fucking families here because they got their asylums before they won the election. But right before the fucking socialist assholes like the Keir Starmer party in Sweden, when they lost the last election, when it was clear that they were going to lose, they snuck in a rule change just before they handed over power. And this kind of contextualizes an old Cold War era law that we have in Sweden. So essentially, the Swedish state is able to enact a veto. Whenever someone wants to sell their land, the Swedish state has bidding rights on this land. Like they have preferred, they can say, you know what, this land that you're going to sell is of interest for the Swedish state for national security. So you can't sell it to Russia.
There's an eminent domain or something.
Yeah. But they have kind of recontextualized this law to include, whatever. It's not only matters of national security now, and they can enact it on a municipal level. Before it was like, we have to go through the proper instances. We have to, provide the proper legal justification in order to buy this land or this property, right? But they enacted a clause. They snuck in a clause where they're like, no, we can actually do this, whenever we want, and we don't have to supply any justification more than. Yeah. So essentially, what is about to happen if these motherfuckers win the next election is that they have essentially said that the migrant crisis has resulted in widespread criminal acts and generally a heightened sense of insecurity in the country. So we are no longer going to let these poor fucking Somalis live close to each other. They're not going to live. They're not going to be fenced off in the ghettos. No. So whenever
they're going to try and force them to live next to you.
No. So what's going to happen, Mr. Anderson, is whenever a boomer decides it's time to cash out, right? When they die and their Gen X kids get to take over the property, they're going to want to sell it. And guess what? The Swedish state has dibs on the selling of that property. And they have actually up to 6 months to consider whether they want to buy the property or not. So you're going to be, jonesing for the fucking money for 6 months. And
so are you restricted from selling it?
Yes, because the Swedish state wants to evaluate whether they want the property or not.
So if you inherit a property, for example, you cannot sell it for 6 months.
You can as of today, but because of this rule change, right? They can at their own their own will. They can, whether they want to or not, they can effectively say that we are interested in this property and you're not going to be able to sell it for 6 months. And if we decide to buy it, we are going to buy it for market value. You're not going to be able to have a bidding war for your property. We're going to pay market value for this. And then what you're going to do with your property is that, effectively speaking, because it's so expensive, right, to build like a single family home, you're going to build a fucking rental property on, like they're going to demolish your house and build a fucking concrete block in this fucking area where people have paid millions in order to not live close to the fucking Somalis, right? So what's going to happen to the property value of all the other houses neighboring this property? It's going to fucking go down to the floor, right? So they are also going to want to sell their properties.
But this is what they're doing in California since the buyers.
Yeah.
They are now not allowing people to rebuild without getting proper permitting.
Yeah.
So you now have to get new permits to even rebuild the existing structure.
Yeah.
And they're basically going to try and force in like multi-zone, like apartments. For fucking niggers, basically.
But don't get me wrong, Mr. Anderson. I think, in a way, it's some kind of divine justice, because many of these fucking boomers they made their money already. They struck the lottery by buying this house in the 70s, and
the snake's beginning to eat itself.
Yes. So they are going to get the fruits of their fucking retarded labor. The parties they have voted for, everyone that wanted fucking neoliberal open borders, they're going to get what they voted for now. Finally, it's not only the poor whites that have to fucking hand the plague of these people. Now it's actually the people that are rich that have to deal with these fucking Somalis when they go shopping, when they go.
I know, but this is. But this, I the problem is they're still in the fucking country.
Yeah, sure. But I think, I hope this is an acceleration in this thing, Mr. Anderson. I think once they actually see the fucking demon in the face, they're not going to like it, And I pray it's not too late, that they haven't grown, like that we haven't deported so many that we become fucking Lebanon. I think that if the politicians start, like their kids are getting like molested in the schools that they go to, then finally they might fucking wake up. That's the only hope I have left for this country. Because if they don't, man, it's over. It's over. I'm going to fucking apply for asylum to Norway or some shit,
But why is Norway better than Sweden?
Because they are fucking. First of all, they have a little more restraint. And it's the same with Denmark.
Denmark. I laughed when you said about this study, because I've read other like Danish studies where they've been collecting this data about like whatever. So Denmark seems to be
No, like they are the most reasonable Nordic country. Norway is in second place, divided with Finland, and Sweden is the fucking retarded cousin of the bunch, because they for some reason they really drank the Kool-Aid when it comes to what's it called? It's called
what was Sweden's position during World War II?
Neutral, but not really, right? And that was the thing. So
and what was the not really bit?
So the not really bit was effectively, well,
Did
let's
they
put it
side
like
with
this.
Germans?
No, it's not only that. You also
No.
Yeah.
Did they side more with the Germans?
What they did was they were pragmatic. So ultimately, the idea of eugenics comes from Sweden. We started we started.
Oh well, that's why you have to be destroyed quickly then.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I'm trying to ask. Why is it that the Jews targeted Sweden?
No, but there's many reasons. But the first one was that the concept of the Aryan race, or like the pure, like we have a word for it in Swedish. It's called folkhälsa, which translates roughly to public health, or like folk is like people's health. So essentially, racial hygiene. The entire concept is Swedish, right? And Hitler essentially was like, yeah, great, we're going to take that from them. But if we go back to that, and then in the beginning of the war, clearly there is a big exchange of ideas between Swedish scientists and Germans, right? So there's no issue there whatsoever. Ideologically speaking, fucking Hermann Göring lived here, right? He had an apartment in my fucking town. So whenever he was on a drug bender, he was here. Essentially, he went to rehab here. But that's beside the point. So initially, good relationship, no issues whatsoever. Then once it became clear that his ambitions were quite big, right? Sweden realized that, okay, we've had this principle of neutrality for basically 150 years, and we're not going to break it for the Germans. But that doesn't mean we can't do business with them. So all the ball bearings, for a fact, is a Swedish invention, right? So we supplied them with ore, metal ore. They had free reign to use our railroads here in Sweden. So when they decided to invade Norway, we helped them. Circumvent.
Is that like a thing known to this day, or Norwegians resent and shit?
Yes. It's like it's not talked about because.
Sure. But it's understood.
It's understood. Yes, that Swedes they failed. They were the coward, and the schoolyard bully beat their cousins, and they didn't say shit. Right.
Well, I've also heard Jews talk about Ireland the same way.
Yeah.
Because weirdly, I don't know why. Maybe because of the bankers, who the fuck knows.
Yeah.
But the Jews, I literally heard fucking, what's that nigger called? What's the fucking, the famous Jew lawyer called? It was on Epstein Island. Dershowitz, Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah.
Alan Dershowitz, I literally heard on a fucking Irish news radio show. And he basically, first of all, he started this by, he started his point about this. It was obviously a much bigger topic show than just this, but he said something about, there's only two countries that were neutral during the war, Switzerland. And he said something that basically gives Switzerland a pass. And he was disgusted that Ireland was considered neutral. They didn't act in Germany's favor. In the Jews' favor.
Yeah, but
that was his response. So my point is, if they feel that way about Ireland, who just did nothing, right? If you helped the Germans, oh my God, you must be destroyed.
Yeah. No, absolutely. No, so yes. But what you could also make the argument that once Denmark was taken over, and once Norway was taken over, then what could we really do realistically? We didn't have the defense capabilities really to do anything, and Hitler was already planning on invading the country anyway. So the most pragmatic thing you could do was then, okay, you know what, we're not gonna fight you, and you can essentially you can do business here, but we are not going to support you more than just doing business with you, right? That's the gist of it essentially. And then once it became clear that Germany's position after Operation Barbarossa, once it became clear that the tide has turned, then we started trying to we were keeping it was essentially a spy hub, Sweden, because a lot of there were a lot of British here, there were a lot of Russians, there were a lot of people all over the world. So it was quite active during this time, right? Because of their outspoken neutrality as well. So it was a natural way for people to kind of switch, conduct intelligence work. And not to say that we didn't help the Allies, of course we did, but it was very, very hush-hush, and it became more and more overt once the tide has shifted. So yes, you could blame Sweden for being cowards, but we were also one of the few countries that weren't bombed to shit after the war, and that's why we became rich. But we had to pay.
But Sweden doesn't have any Norway has, which is insane to me because Norway has oil, but it only has half of the North Sea oil. Britain has the other half. Yeah. But the Norwegians decided to put it in a national sovereign wealth fund and grow it, right? Yeah. And hence they are immensely, wealthy per, capita. But Britain just fucking squanders it. Like we get the same oil. I don't know if it's 50-50 or what, but we share the North Sea oil fields, right? Because they fly out from North Scotland on helicopters to the oil rigs, and the Norwegians fly it from Stavanger, where my brother used to live. Right? So and they just basically meet in the middle of these fucking oil fields. Yeah. And it's you just two prime example of how they deal with their unlimited money basically, and how the English and they fuck it up.
Yeah. No, and I mean.
But sorry, my question was, Sweden doesn't have any oil, though, does it?
Well, but the thing was that once the Norwegians discovered the oil, they actually offered a little bit to the Swedes and said, you know what? Because we at a certain point in history we had the same royal family. We had the same government, and then once they gained independence.
It's like Portugal and Spain almost.
Yeah. So they said, you know what? We don't want you to feel left out. So if you want a little bit of the oil, you're.
You see, that's some white people shit. Right?
Yeah. Specifically Scandinavian, but yes, and you know what we did because of our pride. We said, you know what, we're good. Yeah. You keep it, which we regret up until this day. Just imagine how many Somalis we could feed with that oil.
Oh, I know. I love these memes where it's a photograph in Manhattan, right on the water's edge, and it's some stainless steel plaque which says, "Don't feed the seagulls; it creates dependent populations." Yeah. Right, and then it's the tagline underneath is I wonder where I've seen this before or whatever. And it's the whole. Every time you were growing up, you watch a television advert. It was always these starving kids in Africa with flies all around their face. Yeah. And I'll come back to that in a second about the flies, but it's amazing to me how the narrative is so shifted where people are no, don't feed the niggers, don't do Mr. Beast. All you're doing is creating dependent populations. You just it's the antithesis of this. In one generation, people have flipped. The young people, and I really mean young. Here's a really quick example. I was going over to my friends to work on my car, and you know how these things go. It takes longer than you plan, blah, blah, blah. And I was starving. So I stopped at Burger King before I went there because I didn't want to have to stop in the middle of it or the job taking forever. And then if you're starving, I'd rather just eat. I'd rather wait an extra 20 minutes, arrive 20 minutes late, but have eaten, and then we can work for a couple hours uninterrupted. Yeah. And I when I arrived, his son got out of his car, who's 7 years old. Sorry, 11 years old. And he said to me, "Did you get a crown?" And I was like, "Huh?
Get that fucking nigger bitch off my head,
bro." He knew. He fucking knew. Yeah. And my friend started joking, and I was like, "Wait, what?" Because I didn't know if he knew what the fuck. I thought he just wholesomely meant it, and so my mate started, his dad, my friend started joking or laughing, and I asked him, I was like, where the fuck did he learn that? And he goes, Instagram.
They're called Generation Cyclone for a reason, sister.
But here's the thing. It's like I want to come back to the flies in the face thing. Well, I'll tell you that very quickly. We'll hold the Generation Cyclone on Instagram in a second. But see the flies thing, bro. I live in a street with less than 10 houses, and a black family moved in because it was being rented by an agency, and they got kicked out of the house after just about a year because the house was infested with cockroaches, and they got completely ripped apart. The guy who now lives in it just moved in before Christmas. No one's been living in the house for over a year because it was up for sale for a very long time because it was in such bad repair anyway. But like he literally gutted the place. Like they were behind the wallpaper. They were in the fitted wardrobes, the closets. They were everywhere. These fucking things. And these black people just thought it was like normal to live amongst cockroaches. But best of all, Alex, do you know what job they were doing when they were in this country? They were carers. They were carers. They were going out into the community, literally our most vulnerable people in society with weakened immune systems, and they've literally they're living amongst cockroaches, covered in God knows what, right? And they're literally going to our weakest people in society, our most vulnerable, and like bathing them and cleaning their homes.
Well, at least they aren't raping them as they do here in Sweden.
Well, they do that too, but in regards to Instagram, right, and the generation, it's like. Don't forget who owns these platforms.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So it's insane to me. I know that it's kind of like when, is it Twitter? I don't know whoever unblocked Alex Jones first, and then they all had to unblock him type thing.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if he's actually back on Facebook or whatever. But once they blocked him, they all blocked him.
Yeah.
Right? So they can act in unison.
Yeah.
Right? Jews unite against the goyim. Not that I don't believe that Alex Jones doesn't, he doesn't criticize. But then again, maybe he's afraid. Who the fuck knows? But he doesn't say Jews very often.
And not anymore, no.
It's always the globalists, right? But I wonder why they're allowing all of this content to come out, because they used to stop this stuff.
No, I think maybe, it can also be an accelerationist incentive, right? So if this becomes wild enough, they could make the case that, we history, we said never again, and now it's happening again, so we are going to enact, like Palantir is going to fucking, identify all of us.
Maybe it's a trap. Maybe we're all being put on a list right now.
Yeah.
Because this is, I'm sending you the 4chan meme now, right? But it's in the coming months, the system will start backing down on a few woke issues due to the concern about the lack of participation of white men in the
you need to go to the war. You have to die, Mr. Anderson. For Israel.
They know their diversity mutts are disloyal cowards and are incapable of winning a war.
Yeah.
They must first use the good guys like Joe Rogan and Musk to lay down the groundwork for certain ideas to be allowed to be pushed back upon. They know white men are checked out of participation in society and conflict, and they know they've whipped them. They know they've whipped white men too hard recently with a lot of woke nonsense. So they will roll back just enough woke nonsense in times in hope of remoralizing the patriot white man to go to fight in the global conflict. Important. They still want to genocide Western white men. Don't be fooled by certain concessions in the system will try to make. They still very much hate you, but need you to fight their war.
You're a descendant of Esau. You need to die in the war of Gog and Magog. That's it. You were promised this.
Your deaths were promised to me 5,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago.
So I mean, it's just go to the range and prepare. You're shipping out soon. No worries. No, we'll see. I find it very, very funny, however, Mr. Anderson. You know what? If for some unexplainable reason, I happen to become, the great leader of the country of Chile, right?
Chile.
I will grant you, honorary Chileanship. Because I will tell you why. We talked about this before, but supposedly the rockets that Israel has in the Samson option, they don't reach Chile. So that's where we will go once this goes off.
Maybe I go to New Zealand.
That's where all the other Jews are.
That's where all the Jewish billionaires are buying.
And they wouldn't shit in their own backyard. So yeah.
Isn't it funny that like New Zealand from Europe is pretty much, do you ever remember playing this stupid, idea of like if you drilled a hole through the center of the earth, where
it's on the exact opposite end.
It's literally like New Zealand is pretty much the only place on the planet from Europe where if you keep going, you start coming back.
Yeah.
Right? It's that far away. Like if in the UK, if you drill a hole through the opposite side of the earth, you end up in some part of the ocean beside New Zealand.
Well, listen, Mr. Anderson, it's been lovely to talk to you again.
I wish under better circumstances, but
of course. And here's hoping, we survive another year and don't get fed with the meat grinder. So always good to hear from you. I wish you all the best. And
I hope the rest of the year is a happy year.
Yeah, likewise. And hopefully they don't ban our account, so we can talk more here. Or if not, we'll see each other on Telegram. No worries.
Yeah, we gotta trust. We can trust the Russians not to do it.
For now. Yeah.
Okay.
It's good.
Take care.
Okay, talk to you soon. Yeah, take care.
Hey Q, are you there?
submit that you're a misandrist, that you hate men, that you find men unworthy of lifting up and praising for jobs well done. I find you lacking, but you can be ignorant. You can say stupid if you want. But I find it very interesting that people who are the most critical of other people's great achievement are the ones who are sitting in the nosebleed section on the bleachers and not in the arena.
Out of curiosity, Monica, and I'm not coming for you, I'm just curious. Why don't you hold, let's say, Tony Robbins, Anthony Robbins, with the same sort of like reverence as Jordan Peterson?
Tony Robbins?
Yeah, Anthony Robbins. You know.
I think there's a commercial aspect to Tony Robbins, but I don't find him objectionable. I don't know if he's reached.
It's kind of funny to me how you just painted all men or white men as victims, right? Terrible victims of all these, I don't know, things that I guess men are victims of. But Jordan Peterson, over and over, reiterates how much he hates victimhood. I have a list of his quotes here. I won't read them out to you, but he laments the idea of being a victim, of victimizing yourself, of victimhood. But that's what you just did, Monica. So this is why Jordan Peterson's such a fucking idiot. This shit makes no sense. You're not an alpha male if you're crying about being a man all day, right?
I just want to say, it's pretty simple to say you're not an alpha male unless you're a fucking wolf, because that's what we're talking. What are you talking about? Like, what?
So, Peterson never says he's an alpha male or we should go be alpha males. You're thinking of like generic red pill stuff. Peterson just says stuff like, listen, you need like social status. That's an important part of life, which most people agree that you should have some status in life. That like you should have respect of, you know, having respect is an important part of your life. I want to read you guys something. This is
Thanks for.
You have no enemies, you say? Alas, my friend, the boast is poor. He who has mingled in the fray of duty that the brave endure must have made foes. If you have none, small is the work that you have done. You hit no traitor on the hip. You dash no cup from the perjured lip. You've never turned the wrong to right. You've been a coward in the fight. Bears.
Was that a JP quote?
No, that's a poem by Charles Mackay. It's Margaret Thatcher's favorite poem.
Nice. I like Man in the Rain.
I actually thought that Margaret Thatcher was the original, because only ever seen like that quote with like Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
And then here's Teddy Roosevelt. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have been done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. So that is the place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory or defeat.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Roundabout way of saying walk the talk, right?
Yep.
It's saying these sniveling worms who never try to do anything try to feel superior to those that try to do great deeds, and it's worthless. It's a pale shadow. To build a hospital, to build a bridge, that takes daring. To write an angry opinion piece about why we shouldn't do those things, that is pathetic. I mean, you do need some people criticizing people. It's an important role in society. It's just, we also should valorize the doing of deeds, daring, courage.
It's a fair sentiment. And it's especially relevant today where now we platform the entire populace. And the majority of the population is never the actual doers.
Yeah.
Any population, yeah.
And look how giving everyone a platform, like, that's been a nightmare, you know? Like, just, like, they shouldn't have a platform, you know? Like, who? Yeah, just like the populace, like the riffraff, like.
You think so?
I think that the hoi polloi.
It kind of is the weakness of democracy.
Exactly.
Yeah. You get a bunch of clowns together and they think the world's a circus.
And Mark, I'm going to debate him next week. I'm debating Dawood Sunday of next week at noon Eastern time.
But to say that we shouldn't have they shouldn't be platformed, that's an interesting point.
I'm not literally saying that we shouldn't give voices to the hoi polloi. What I am saying is, like, it was nice when you only heard the opinion of New York Times editorialists and newspaper writer and stuff like that, and not just like the incoherent ejaculations of morons. Like, you know.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, exactly. And the frog's gay. Well, he was right about that. So we gotta give credit where credit's due.
It's a good way to measure the state of the population, though. And we know what work needs to be done.
I generally believe that the way here's this idea I came up with. I don't know if it's crazy, but I kind of like it. It's like, hey, here's what you do when you vote. You get your vote, then you get to give someone else 2 votes. Okay, you get to choose one person, give them 2 votes, and then you get to veto a third person's votes. Okay, and here's why I think this is better than the normal voting system. Because I think people's judgments about who of their friends is smart is better than their judgments about how to handle current events. So we'll just systematically give more weight to people who are respected in their community because they'll be given extra votes by people. Anyway.
That's an interesting point. It might already. I think it's already baked in. Sorry, Mom.
Sam, who would you pick to get done? Who would you pick to veto the
On the app, I'm giving Mark double votes, and I'm vetoing Concrete.
Oh, jealous. That's good. I would veto Jarl. And give double votes. Serendipity.
I think we'll end up having more of the same, where the masses are swayed by the eloquent few.
Well, there's sincere power in the fountain, isn't there? Being able to control your ideas.
You were a little choppy there, Monica.
Yeah, my audio is not great when other people are off mute. It makes it hard. Sophists are brilliant. Dangerous, but brilliant.
What I like about my idea is it's mostly just counting on people to have a good intuition about which of their friends are smart. Now, I don't think that, like, people have amazing intuitions about this. I think that's, like, reasonable that you just, like, yeah, like, my brother knows stuff about politics, I'll give him my votes. Like, you know, it's pretty reasonable. I don't know.
Jarl needs me to hate Peterson. It's so strange. Jarl, the nihilism that I see in so many clubhousers, it's so fashionable to be jaded and snide and condescending and act as if nothing you do matters. It's also super convenient because if nothing you do matters, then you actually get a free pass to do nothing. There's no respect in that. There's no dignity. There's no achievement or meritocracy. It's much harder to act as if everything matters, and I think everything does. And that's a huge responsibility that many people are advocating. But go ahead, Jarl. Be your nice.
I want to give you the best criticism of Peterson I've heard. So the best is that he uses lots of truths to tell one big lie, and that the one big lie is what I'll just call the just world fallacy. That just our world is just, and people the status quo is good basically, and our world is just. And I think that he does lean that way. I think I've even heard Peterson say stuff like, "I've never seen a person not get exactly what they deserve." Like, fuck off. Yes, you have. You've seen children with cancer. You've seen like dictators who die of old age. Like that's an insane thing to say.
I don't think that's what he means by that, though, because he had a daughter who had as a child, had arthritis, like ankle replacements and hip replacements and incredible pain and suffering. And she didn't deserve that. I think there's something more we need to look at that. I think he meant you get what you deserve with the choices that you make, not what happens to you or beyond your control.
Can I steel man the criticism real quick? Because I'll be honest, if I had one critique of Jordan Peterson, that would be it right there. That like he fundamentally believes that like most of the hierarchies we erect in our sociological structures and stuff are rooted in some kind of like competence structure. And that like postmodernists get the whole attribution of hierarchies for the purpose of power thing wrong. And I kind of fundamentally don't see how he can reconcile the idea whilst promoting a meritocratic-based system which will ultimately reward people who are competent with power. Right? So postmodernists are still right in the sense that like power is the thing that matters in these dominance hierarchies, right? His presupposition that like it's really competence that's the core thing. It's like competence is useless if it's not like useful for other people to attain power with it, right? That's just how our society works, right? Like you could be the most competent individual, but if like it doesn't directly benefit me, it's kind of like, well fuck you then, right? I can't put you in my company. I can't do anything with you. I can't attain and gain more power that way. We kind of see that that's kind of how society works to some degree.
So the fact that Monica, you're like, oh, I think what he means by this is that. That's Jordan Peterson in a nutshell. Nobody ever knows what he actually means by anything. He only speaks in like allegories and like he doesn't ever actually say anything concretely. If you've ever heard him try to speak with an atheist, it is a ridiculous back and forth of him never actually answering a single question. Nobody in this room, I bet, knows whether he is a Christian or an atheist, because he refuses to answer questions like an adult. He has to put in big words, make it philosophical, make it sound really deep, which to people who I don't know why everybody falls for this, but to people who just hear Jordan Peterson for the first time, they think he sounds like a genius. But anybody who's listened to Jordan Peterson for 2-3 years eventually realizes that it's just meaningless gobbledygook, and it's super basic, stupid talking points clean your bed and make your room. A type of advice that you would give a 4-year-old child.
Except the 4-year-old children are not being taught that. It's not new. All of his information is old. It's wisdom, and people haven't been taught it. You tell me what's wrong with telling someone to stand up straight with your shoulders back, or tell the truth, or at least don't lie, or don't let kids do anything that makes you not like them. Those are
Literally everybody tells kids that all the time, Monica. The fact that you think that's like a groundbreaking thing to say to children, which no child is actually listening to Jordan Peterson, is insane. That is, every parent teaches their children not to lie. What the hell?
Oh, hi, Ari, you're new here.
Now, is atheist or if he's a Christian, Monica?
Does it matter? If I get the fortune cookie, if I think there's universal wisdom in a fortune cookie, I will appreciate the fortune cookie because it's wisdom.
I'm sorry, I didn't cut.
Yeah, your appeal to authority logical fallacy is noted. Your no true Scotsman is observed. You deal with logical fallacies all the day. You spout them daily.
Monica,
and it's,
you don't even. Do you no true Scotsman fallacy would be saying he's not a Christian because he doesn't behave like a Christian, or I don't think he's a Jew because he wasn't born a Jew. In this case, I'm saying we don't know what he is because he's incapable of.
I try to act as if God exists. That's incredibly honest. Because he doesn't know. So if he doesn't know, why would he say he knows when he doesn't? He has doubts, like many of us. I try to act as if God exists because if I try to act as if God exists, I have to be fearful of God because he's omnipotent.
What is a no true Scotsman fallacy? How did I do that? I didn't accuse him of not being a Christian because he doesn't follow the rules. But what?
I also don't have to fear God to simply think it exists.
Sure, it's in the Bible somewhere.
I'm with Monica on this one.
So, Matt, do you think, is he a Christian or an atheist?
That's the appeal to authority. He has to have a qualifier before Jarl finds
Appeal
out.
to authority would be something like saying, a scientist wrote this, so we must believe it. Or, I don't know, the WHO said this, so we must believe it. You're saying appeals, Monica? They make no sense. How did I make an appeal to authority? What is the authority I'm appealing to? What is incorrect in what I said? Please explain it, because again, this is the second appeal to whatever the hell that you say, but you don't seem to know what they mean. Explain how I did an appeal to authority there. Who's the...
Are we trying to determine if Jordan Peterson is Christian or atheist? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, but also I'm curious as to why Monica's doing all these debate fallacies, like calling out these debate fallacies that she seemingly doesn't know what they... If anybody else to correct me, I don't think I did an appeal to authority, but if anybody heard it, go.
You're verifying his qualifications to talk about the Bible by insisting he needs to be a Christian to talk about the Bible. Well,
Didn't say that.
Prager
Did not say that.
You said, Joe, you can't even tell whether he's Christian or not. What does it matter? If he's telling the
example of him being unable to express anything logical. If he's unable to explain to people if he's a Christian or if he believes in God or not, he's an idiot. He's an idiot.
One thing I
he has a belief on that. He has a belief on that topic, Monica.
He has a solid signature. I can say one thing about that. If you go to his Wikipedia page, take a look at that man's signature. Fucking solid.
Nice.
I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to take over your room.
Well, listen, I think Jordan Peterson is a fascinating figure. I think that he's tremendously good in terms of, like, trying to solve the crisis of meaning in people's lives. He's thought about that way more than most people. He's very good about pushing back against wokeness and, like, kind of leftist ideas that go a little bit crazy. I think he gives men a positive sort of archetype of masculinity that they should follow, lest they like fall into the hands of like someone like Andrew Tate. I think all of that's for the good. I guess the two big criticisms I think have already been raised. One is he seems to sort of speak in these sort of riddles where he can't just say what he thinks, which is like a little bit annoying sometimes. Yet he also criticizes the postmodernists who do that same thing. So it's kind of funny that he's like does the thing he criticizes the postmodernists for. But then also he has this idea of the our society is just, and in many ways it is just. So there's a sense in which that needs to be said. You need to point out the ways it is just, but then the ways it's not just, you shouldn't try to rationalize them. So it's one of these delicate tightropes you gotta walk.
I just think it's kind of funny that you say he fights this woke stuff, right? This is a grown man who spends his days crying, literally, about how it's tough to be white, how it's tough to be a man, how evil feminism is, how all these other races are whatever, they're playing victim all the time. He is obsessed with discussing social justice issues, discussing race, gender, and LGBTQ issues. He is what we call a social justice warrior activist, right? He is a race-obsessed social justice warrior activist.
I have 2 points to make. So the first one is the culture war came to Jordan Peterson. He didn't seek it out. The Canada's C-16 bill that was going to compel use of pronouns preferred pronouns because people felt like a Zimzer that day. He refused to play along. He gets to have an opinion on what he says and what he doesn't have to say. And because low IQ nitwits who have difficulty with comprehension skills pin him as a transphobic piece of shit, he was brought to the forefront. Cultural Marxism decided which groups would be oppressors and which groups would be in the oppressed class. He didn't pick out those identity markers. They did. And so we think that he's focused on them. It's only because they were brought to him to be focused upon. He doesn't have a problem with women. He has a problem with third and fourth wave feminism, but so do I. I think we should have stopped with the right to vote and the sexual liberation of burning bras and sexual indiscretions as my power, and then my body, my choice, and then co-signing allowing men who believe they're women into private public spaces for women as a huge problem. So you can hate on Jordan Peterson all you want, Jarl, but you're doing a disservice smearing his name and his character. The fact that he weeps over the lost men in our society, and the fact that you can't understand the value of fairy tales, as evident in many of my replays that I've brought to Clubhouse and talked about the Pinocchio and Peter Pan and Snow White and the fairy tales that are more than true, not because they teach us that dragons exist, but they tell us that dragons can be beaten. A misquote of C.K. Chesterton is not my problem. I'm giving it back to you. Thank you.
Wait, so you want to go back to a world where we wouldn't even let you have the time to tell us what you just told us?
I will keep my right to vote, sir, and I will keep my equal wages for the same amount of work. But I don't co-sign the, I think we've done a disservice to our girls where we've told them that body count doesn't matter. It absolutely matters on multiple levels. And I think it's a huge problem that we've told them that progeny is a pain and an inconvenience to their life, when it's the one thing that women can do that men can't.
Just very quickly, just a quick correction, Monica, the Bill C-16 did pass in 2017, so we've been living with that for about 8 years. I suspect you have no idea what it did. Bill C-16 added LGBTQ essentially to protected persons in the Charter of Human Rights. Just like white people, black people, immigrants, religious people, people with mustaches, basically everybody is protected from discrimination in Canada under the Charter of Human Rights and Freedom. So all the Bill C-16 did was add them to it. It does not compel any kind of speech. And the proof of that is that we've been living with that for about 8 years now, and no one has ever been charged with any kind of crime or anything under Bill C-16, because what you're saying is fantastical, right? And everyone in Canada knew that when Jordan Peterson made his full grift. It's just not real. It's delusional.
Comedian who picked on a disabled boy, and he was put upon the tribunal and prosecuted. And also, they were
Mike Ward.
and Peter.
Wait, are you talking about Mike Ward? Because I'm like an expert on the case. Mike Ward, he went to Supreme Court of Canada and he won his case, meaning he cemented our right to make fun of handicapped children. Thank you, Monica. Great example to prove.
We have no safe house in our society. We allow people to be jerks, and because we allow people to be jerks and say asshole things, I get to say the things that I don't think are asshole or jerkish. I protect the free speech of jerks. So should you, but you don't, because you're too busy purchasing about how
Mike Ward, the example you're talking about, took that case that he lost to Supreme Court and he won. They overturned it. He made a shit ton of money. And he enshrined our right in Canada to insult handicapped children. So your example is wrong. Your example is flat out fucking wrong. Mike Ward, search it up. I know the case by heart. It's in Quebec. It's in my province. You're
There's
wrong.
a point there.
You're
It's actually, it's good for people like that to be able to express themselves and make themselves known. Would you rather they hide?
Maybe. I don't know.
Nick said, if someone's anti-Semitic, wouldn't you prefer that they be anti-Semitic to your face than playing your doom secretly?
Do I have to accept the premise of someone being anti-Semitic? Can't we just knock that shit off?
I know.
Yeah, I guess that's very specific. Maybe just people who have a problem with
maybe don't do that shit.
Or there will always be people who are operating on a antagonistic side of wherever you are, right?
I don't know. Do we have to tolerate the views of people that think that all of humanity should be wiped off of the face of the earth for the betterment of the world or something? That's a dumb view. I don't feel like I have to listen to it that much.
And I don't.
It's not about tolerating it. It's just
allow to be spoken so we can refute it.
You just asked me what my preference was. I don't want the guy that wants to kill all the people speaking. I don't want the guy to kill all the Jews speaking. I don't want the guy killing all the blacks, the Mexicans, the Chinese, the Asians, the Japanese. I don't want those crazy people talking. I don't want them silenced. But you asked me my preference. Yeah. I think they should shut up and learn. I don't know.
How do you know who they are unless you hear what they're thinking? And how do you know what they're thinking unless you allow them to speak?
Why do I have to know what anyone's thinking? Can't they just keep their thoughts to themselves?
And that goes back to bunker boys planning violent acts because they are not allowed to speak their bad ideas and have them refuted. It's fine if that's what you want to do.
No, you speak his bad ideas and he should learn.
Yeah, that's the point. Also, we're on the same page with that.
But the primary goal is the learning, not that he be able to speak whatever he wants, right?
Well, when he does say something dumb, everyone is going to recognize that immediately, and there will be a consequence for it.
Except for the people that agree with him.
We're letting that consequence be organic rather than turning it into law.
The organic consequences of that are not always the disinfectant of bad ideas.
I agree.
The Nazis marched in Skokie, Illinois.
I was also going to add to the conversation that Jordan Peterson is apparently famously known for not specifically saying one way or the other whether he's Christian or atheist. So the fact that we're discussing this, I think is hilarious because this is a talking point of his. So really, the question is do you want to spend the only thing that we have as human beings, which is our time, talking about Jordan Peterson, or do you want to talk about something else? Do you want to talk about something that could be constructive for your development? Or
I do not want to talk about Jordan Peterson.
I don't either. Not even a little bit. So I'm curious what other topics we can pivot into. I don't personally know, but I'm gonna leave that to the moderator of the room.
I want to read you guys something that I wrote. If you guys want to pivot, this is very short. I hear your thoughts on it.
Let's have it.
There are three ways to have better vision. One is to increase the pixel density in your visual field, so you have sharper details with more resolution. Way two is you increase the size of your visual fields, get a wider canvas. You can take in more at once. It's like having an eye in the back of your head. Way three is increase the number of objects and properties you can identify, where you have more concepts with deeper recognition. Way three is the weird one, because you get clearer eyesight even though your eyes haven't changed at all. If you had perfect visual clarity but could only recognize a ball, you'd still be blind to a lot. Compare that to seeing a Spalding basketball at an all-star game that's slightly deflated. It's the same pixels, but you're seeing more of the world. Learning does this to your mind. You don't see a column, you see a Corinthian column. You don't see a flag, you see the flag of Zambia. You don't see a man, you see John Haggerty, regional manager of the local Arby's. The Bader-Meinhof phenomenon makes this even more obvious. You learn for the first time about humpback whales. And suddenly you start noticing humpback whales everywhere, references, images, and conversations. Your visual field doesn't get sharper or wider. Your mind just gained a new category, and now you can see. You used to be blind. Education helps you see more, and seeing isn't just about your eyes.
Good point.
Here. Thanks.
I like that shift in perspective, flipping the script. We Serendipity 9 did a replay on The Great Mental Models, the first book, and the last 20 minutes of the book, Sam, the guy referenced Florence Nightingale, Sun Tzu, the Art of War guy, and a third one, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's the best ending of a book I've ever heard. In the chat is a link to a 15-minute documentary, 5 Reasons for Hate Speech. Did I ever tell you about that one, Sam?
No.
It's really good. It's from No Longer Functioning, a comedy YouTube channel called We the Internet TV. But he talks about the value of letting people express their bad ideas and what happened before World War II that played a huge role in the creation of World War II.
What, like nationalism?
There were hate speech laws and in the Weimar Republic. And I think not allowing people to talk ugly ideas makes us weaker, not stronger.
I mean, I don't think anybody really particularly has a problem with like silencing bad ideas. I think if anything, it's a good idea for bad ideas to be aired out. However, the problem is that bad ideas are not being aired out so much as they are being highlighted and then spotlighted, and then it turns out that the rest of the undereducated seem to flock toward like the ideology that like it's not your fault, it's society's fault. It's like, okay, that is the exact opposite of what we want every fucking human being to know, which is that every single one of us individually, exclusively, is the only person responsible for our behavior. And like, do you follow what I'm saying? Like, it's extremely harmful that there are people capitalizing on ignorance and hurt, which is what happens to, I guess, kids through their, developing years. Like, I get it. At the same time, like, platforming ideology that is anything other than helpful, to me, is anything other than helpful. Thank you.
You inadvertently brought me back to Jordan Peterson. He's got a 6-minute video on PragerU that's got 2.5 million views called Fix Yourself. Talks about the activism in our society and how it's detrimental to the mental health and well-being of many of our young people. We kind of saw that play out with Renee Good recently, where she thought it was a good idea to impede law enforcement, thinking that what could possibly go wrong. And it was a terrible cost she paid. She learned the hard way. The link to the video from PragerU is in the chat.
I'd like to understand, Monica, you want people to have the right to discriminate, be able to, say hate speech. I hope that's fair to say. Therefore, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that you also want companies to have the right to, say hate speech and discriminate, right? So far, are we in agreement that you want companies and people to have those rights?
It's the law for businesses and companies to discriminate based on race, religion, sex, or sexual orientation.
Right, so are you for or against it? Because it sounds to me like you're for people's right to discriminate, right?
Are you not for the right for people to discriminate? Because you're pretty...
Not really. I don't think it's okay, no. I don't think people should have that right, or companies. But I'm asking you, are you for that right? Do you think do you think companies should be allowed to discriminate and to, let's just use the word discriminate,
Yeah, I think having a position anything other than anti-discrimination is worth investigating.
Okay.
The point being is that if you do believe, and then you also want to ban DEI, those are contradictory, right? The idea that you want to ban DEI is because it's racist, it's bad for white people, and it's discriminatory, right? But you just made the case that companies and people should be allowed to discriminate and be racist. So now, you know what I mean? It's very contradictory to ban wokeism or DEI and then argue that we should have those rights to discriminate and be racist, right? So you can't have both ways.
Say it's okay to be racist.
Saying, right? It's okay. So you would agree with it, and it's okay to be racist, right?
I'm gonna need an interpreter. Can you help me, or Beamer maybe? Someone, Matt, anyone can help me?
What he's trying to say is that if you're pro-discrimination, then why the fuck can't DEI be allowed to discriminate if discrimination is okay?
Discrimination. I'm pro-human, and being pro-human means that I'm gonna let people live. And if they want to be stupid and be racist bigots, they're allowed to be racist bigots as long as it doesn't trespass upon the freedoms of other people. As soon as their discrimination and racism affects the lives of other people, well, that's illegal, and we have to have a conversation about it. But if a black person hates Shut up, Jarl. You already made me break my New Year's promise.
I was totally with you.
If a black person hates white people and they don't want to hang around me because I'm white, they get to discriminate against me as long as it doesn't interfere with my life. But Jarl doesn't see it that way. He's only focused on white people being discriminatory and racist. But that's not correct.
I think it should be illegal to put up signs in public that are discriminatory to Jews, let's say, or to black people, or to any group, white people too. If I went outside in Montreal and there was a bunch of signs saying white people suck, we should get rid of all white people, I would think that's terrible and that should be illegal. I don't think that should be illegal, but you do.
Faith Goldie was canceled because she had a sign that it's okay to be white. People counted that as a white.
We're talking about Canadians. Faith Goldie was canceled because she went on white supremacists KKK podcasts. That's why she was canceled. I don't know what you're talking about. She was canceled by Rebel Media, right? They fired her for going on a racist podcast. I don't know if you know Rebel Media, but they're fucking racist too. She had to go on a really KKK white supremacist podcast for them to think it was bad.
It's okay to be white, Jarl, and that's not racist to say.
Getting fired from the Daily Wire, and then you tell me, they canceled this person who got fired from the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is the one who's against this shit. The Rebel Media are the ones who are against this shit. If Rebel Media fired Faith Goldie, she got fired by a right-wing fucking news outlet. What are you talking about? No, not the left who canceled her. She worked for the right-wing pro-KKK news outlet. What the hell?
As Ezra Levine is not KKK. Rebel Media is not KKK. They're not white supremacists. They're conservative in Canada, which I admit is sin to many, many Canadians and many, many social justice warrior woke types. But just because you're conservative doesn't mean you're a bigot. People need to recognize that. Hey,
They're original racists in Canada. The propaganda they spew is insane. And I haven't been on their YouTube channel for a few years, Monica, but they're well known for scamming people and creating fake fundraisers. So I would bet money if you go look at whatever most recent video they uploaded right now, there is a website that they created to raise money, okay, associated to whatever they want you to donate money for. The money is just pocketed, right? A while back, they got caught creating a website before the event that they were raising money for happened, right? So one of their lawyers got arrested, and so they raised a bunch of money for the legal fees of that lawyer, even though Ezra Levant is a lawyer, right? He could do it himself. But he raised money. They created the website to raise money before he got arrested, which really makes it seem like he intentionally got arrested so they could raise money. Rebel Media is extremely dishonest.
Gab McGinnis is pretty funny, though.
I'm surprised you like Gavin McGinnis because he's irreverent. He has no sacred cows either, does he?
He's just a funny guy. Like, just ignore his problematic political opinions. Like, can we just admit when funny is funny? Like, I can admit that Jon Stewart's funny, even though I don't agree with him politically. Like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
Thank you for the mic time, Sam. We can open
You hogging that shit like you're fucking Kobe Bryant in the finals. You're just fucking doing crossovers, fucking fadeaway jumpers. Like,
can I say one last thing, and then I'll shut up too, because I've been talking too much too. The most recent video posted by Rebel Media's YouTube channel, you can go in the description and find the link. What's the link? It's like, it's freespeechtruck.com. They love making stupid fucking links like that. And if you click on it, it's a fundraiser. You can donate to Rebel Media so they can protect their free speech or whatever. This is what they do. It's like the most grift of all the grifts, Monica. I love that you brought them up. Thank you. It made my day. And I recommend go look at their video in the fundraiser. You'll see what I mean. You can't not see it if you go click on it.
All I see is about a cancellation of a speaker at the university. I just put it in the chat.
The fundraiser scam. They're raising money for Rebel Media, right? On this bullshit fake website. They're taking and pocketing the money for whatever this is. I promise you, whoever needs that money or whatever the fuck they're raising it for, they will never see a penny of that. Ever. At one point they were fundraising, I swear to God, because A&W was selling like, I don't know, non-Canadian meat. We're not Canadian enough or something. They were fundraising because a fast food chain was selling non-Canadian beef. It's crazy. Why would Rebel Media need my money? And what the fuck are they going to do with it? Because A&W is selling non-Canadian beef? That's insane. It doesn't even make sense. Every single video they ever make, pretty much, I mean, you can see their most recent one has a fundraiser and a phony baloney website with a fucking call to action on it. It's insane. I couldn't have predicted that their most recent video would have one unless it were actually something they do on every single video, Monica. And look at the fucking stupid website. Go read that call to action. It is brain rot levels of call to action for dumb conservatives that are fucking brainwashed.
It seems like you're a cynical leftist who hate, but like, why aren't you cynical? I understand being cynical towards right-wing people, but why not just have this cynicism both ways, where, like, you know, lefties like to protect their sacred cows and can be hypocritical too and humorless. Like, I don't like a dumb MAGA Trump supporter, but nor more do I like a person going into stand-up comedy jokes and being like, that joke is problematic. No, let's not make that joke. Like that person also sucks. And I guess why is there more?
Sorry. Like, do you know the comedy mothership?
They're there too. What?
Because you're saying like, oh, I don't want people policing people's jokes. Do you know what the comedy mothership is?
Yeah.
So they get like cheers and applause all day long for just saying N-word, hard R, or trans people bad all day long. That's all they do. It's the most popular type of comedy on the internet. Joe Rogan is the biggest comedian in the world, or podcaster. So this idea that like, oh, people's jokes are being policed, that's the opposite. Making a joke about black people or trans people has become the most like easy to do, like unbrave jokes ever. You want to be brave? Call out these fucking losers who spend every single night making fun of trans people. That's brave. Because guess what? If you do that, you're going to have Joe Rogan's posse of mothership comedians going after you, trying to cancel you. This is happening currently, if you're familiar with the comedy mother.
Well, I know that you're wrong, that what they are just doing is just saying the N-word over and over. Like, they, like, have lots of comedians come on and new people come in and try stuff, and it's mostly just what's funny about it is you just have, like, random strangers do their opening acts. Like, that's the appeal, not the fucking, they don't just say the N-word over and over. Like, I don't know.
This is like the fundraisers in the Rebel Media description. If you go watch the most recent Kill Tony video, it's just a bunch of anti-trans jokes. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, there's lots of anti-trans jokes, of course, but a lot of it is because there's something inherently kind of funny. In fact, it was a genre of comedy in past generations of men acting like women. That was like a whole genre. Monty Python, if you watch Monty Python skits, like a tenth of those sketches are just, what if there was a man in a dress? So, yes, men, that we find this kind of funny to talk about and think about. I don't like cruelty towards trans people, but like there's also a sense in which like there's an overreach for saying not just I want to be protected and stuff like that, but also that like we should enforce by law. You have to say that what I am is with a penis that I am a woman. Like there's something inherently kind of silly about that whole situation.
Makes you think really hard. Like, do you think somebody in DC one day was like, legislate this, no, legislate that, no, legislate my dick, and then now we're here.
What now?
That's what we're getting down to. We're talking about legislating dicks. That's it.
Free the penis. Here's my hot take, and no one's gonna agree with me on. Where else are the homeless guy gonna jack off? The outside is their home. You gotta have a little sympathy. Like, yeah, they shouldn't be doing it on the bus, but like, are you really hate on them for doing it just somewhere in public? They have to. Sorry.
I also have a pretty fucked up sense of humor in that. Well done. Oh my god, have you seen Master of None? It's the Netflix show of Aziz Ansari.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, dude, it's worth a watch. You know, whenever. Anyway, Master of None, put it in your mind if you want. Okay, but there's this scene where he and his friend are like on the subway, and this homeless guy is like clearly beating off on the subway, and like they perform a citizen's arrest, and it's fucking fantastic. Like, because they have this whole conversation beforehand about like, is this even a fucking thing? Like, can we actually do this? Is this real? They're like, yes, it's a fucking real thing. We're gonna, and then they like jump up in front of this guy like, this is a citizen's arrest, and it's a good time. It's a good time.
Are citizen arrests even real? Like, can I citizen arrest someone?
Oh yeah.
Myth. What the fuck? I can just see someone doing illegal shit and just arrest them?
I wouldn't advise it. I think it would be a really unwise and very potentially dangerous thing to do, but citizens arrests are a real thing.
It just seems like there's no way this is gonna go well for me.
I mean, it's kind of like, it depends on what it is. Like, if it's somebody stealing your fucking radio out of your car or something, then like, cool. Like, you might want to chase them down and be like, what the fuck? But at the same time, it's like at a certain point you're like, this isn't worth it. I don't want to trade, things for bullets. Thank you. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yo, boys, you alright?
Hi, Dr. Ali G.
Yeah, I tried to understand the topic from the title, but I couldn't get it. Can you explain more?
Booyakasha.
Booyakasha! Yeah, that's my boy.
Well, the title of the room is just, we talk about philosophical things, but we're also just chilling, so don't take it too seriously.
Yeah, that's yeah, I was thinking like, it's so serious thing, so. How's it going, guys?
It's good. I don't love talking about people when they're not around, but I'm saying this as though if Monica were in the room, I would still say this. I didn't love I kind of felt like Monica came at me after I came in the room. I didn't love it, and that's all I'm gonna say. And that's all. Thanks.
Well, Caleb, you came after her dream boy, her father, her surrogate father, Mr. Jordan Peterson, and how dare you do that? So, what do you have to say for yourself and your crimes? Your crimes!
I mean, I don't know. I'm really into certain people and like certain thought processes and schools of thought, and like I'm into different thinkers and authors and blah 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 blah. But like when somebody's, oh wonderful, Monica, okay. I was literally like just speaking about you, and I was saying like I didn't want to speak about you if you weren't here, and I'm glad that you're here because now I'm not speaking about you behind your back because now I can actually say it too. Okay. When I came in the room, I felt like you kind of came at me, and like I didn't know what to do with it, and like I hope, are we cool? Like I don't know, but yeah. And then Sam was like, it's because I was talking shit about somebody that's really important to you, and I was like, well, that's fair. But then I was saying in response to that, like when people talk shit about people that are important to me, I'm kind of like, okay, cool, like let them, like you're like who am I to interfere with your personal relationship to something else or someone else? Like, I don't, fine. Like, like, okay, cool. I'm sorry that you're not into that. But, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's what, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so you intimated that I am excited about Jordan Peterson. That's kind of gross.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to imply that at all.
Yeah, he's kind of gross, yeah.
Wait,
Did
Sam,
did you imply that?
If that's what does it for you, go with God. Like, that's like, and then also.
That's because in the chat you said Caleb is a clown. So then I responded to that with like, well, that's what does it for you. Like, go with God. Like, cool.
Did I misspell it? Was it Caleb? Who was giving me a hard time earlier?
What I'm saying is that I was unaware that I was giving you a hard time at all. Like,
I appreciate your comment with the lithium theory about Mel Robbins. From what I know of it, it's a good philosophy. And then, do I owe you an apology, Caleb? Was it Caleb?
No, I don't think you owe me an apology at all. I think that I was kind of like asking whether or not like this is something I can expect in like future interactions with you, or whether or not this is
and was it
kind of a
one-off. That was calling Jordan Peterson a misogynist who did not know him? Was that you, Caleb, or Caleb? Because it might be a typo, and if it's a typo, I owe Caleb an apology.
I don't think that Caleb has been in here. I don't think so. I do think that when Sam and I were talking about Jordan Peterson, I definitely said, I said he's a misogynist or chauvinist or one of the two. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
A misogynist, the replay will show. And then I said, what do you know of him? I know enough. And I'm like, do ya? Do you know enough? Have you read The 12 Rules for Life?
I mean,
you
when another.
Like, what kind of investment have you made into learning about him and his work?
It turns out that I'm actively investing time and energy into it, it would seem. So I'm doing my best to be receptive to the universe and its unfolding information. Though simultaneously, when someone says to me, I know enough about that subject, I believe them, because if they're an adult, then that's it. So it's like, okay. And then if I want to continue talking to them, I'll talk about something else. But that's me. So is it cool if I ask again, like, can I expect that you're gonna kind of?
This is the problem that I have with Caleb. I have a problem with people making character assessments on people that they aren't familiar with. I get that a lot on the app, so it's very frustrating for me. People make assumptions based on a single comment that they don't understand and haven't processed properly, like Jarl. And then I have a reputation. So when someone tells me someone's bad, it automatically makes me want to look at that person and find out if that's true. Because the number of people that have called good bad, look, there's still people on the app that believe Trump said Nazis and white supremacists are very fine people. I'm gonna judge them for that as ignorant and willfully ignorant, because he's on record stating publicly 37 times, different times, that he doesn't support white supremacy. He's not a fan of white supremacists. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying you and I are good for now. Fair enough?
I love it. Cool. I will steer clear of talking about Jordan Peterson. But yeah, cool. Sounds good.
Get an opinion on Jordan Peterson. I'm just hoping that it's more informed than the one you gave us today.
I mean, I think if I may, no other entity has the authority to decide whether or not my entity that I pilot has or has not processed information to a specific degree as whether or not it could be determined or categorized as correctly processed or anything other than that. Do you follow what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that, like, as an adult, I have autonomy in the same way that every other adult with whom I interact has autonomy. And I respect my autonomy, and by extension, I respect the autonomy of every other adult with whom I interact. So, Monica, I'm actually speaking.
Yeah, Sam, could you?
Monica, I'm speaking actually. Thank you. So, because I respect my autonomy, I respect the autonomy of every other adult with whom I interact. So when another adult tells me I've done what I needed to do to say that checkbox is checked for me in my own personal assessment, to which I say, copy that right on, and then I move on with the conversation, right? And then if later in the conversation, their actions or their behavior or something like that indicates to me that, like, oh, this person is actually not only ill-informed, but like wildly ill-informed, such that it's creating negative behaviors that I now have to mitigate by simply being a good faith actor in this interaction. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Barely. It was very long-winded. When did you hear me say that you're not entitled to an opinion?
repeat that?
When did you hear me say that you're not allowed an opinion on Jordan Peterson?
I have yet to say that, and I don't understand.
You just said that you're comfortable with your level of opinion on Jordan Peterson. You don't plan to learn more. That you're comfortable where you are. And all I expressed before you said that was that I hope your opinion is more informed. But everybody gets an opinion. It could be a crappy opinion, be a wrong opinion, it could be an ill-informed opinion, it can be a vastly educated and informed opinion. I get to decide if I think your opinion's valuable. I get to put a judgment on your opinion. And you get to put a judgment on mine. That's it.
Yeah, you think you are so valuable. Sorry, everyone thinks like Jordan Peterson is a valuable person. So you need to like judge us, etc. You feel like you are an amazing person and you judge people. Come on, you need to talk about these people, why they're wrong. You need to justify why you think that. It's not like that. Come on, like you need to convince us. It's not about like other people. Jordan Peterson is an amazing person. Other people, they are amazing. If you're not like following them, okay, let's talk and convince us why you think Jordan Peterson is a bad guy or whatever.
Because he's a drug addict that gets high on his own supply, fried his brains, and spews racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, anti-LGBTQ bullshit all day.
Can you give us evidence? I'm a scientist. Sorry, I can't believe like people didn't talk, right? Can you just talk with evidence and etc. Then we discuss like one by one. Don't worry about it. Like let's discuss one by one. I'm a scientist, right?
Simple.
Okay.
Which would you like? Which claim would you like evidence for? The one where he cries all the time, or the one where he got high on his own supply?
Cries all the time. I've never seen Jordan Peterson cries.
Want to see it? I'll share the video. It's hilarious. Actually, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yes, please send the video.
Yeah, they're great. I'll share them in the chat so we can all enjoy Jordan Peterson crying compilations.
And is it a fake AI video? That's my job, by the way.
Well, actually, Doctor, I have seen Jordan Peterson cry. Do you want to know why? He was overcome with emotion and shed tears because he was mocked for being an influence, a positive influence over young men. I know, it's pretty evil, huh? To be a positive influence for young men. Jarl
It's pretty pathetic to cry over that. Yeah, that is pathetic. For a guy who tries to tell people how to be alpha males and...
And for any girls that say, like, for any girls who said, that guy is feminist, everyone is okay. Even terrorism is okay. If there are, like, feminism is okay. I know that. I'm into it. I'm not following this guy, by the way. I'm not even supporting this guy. But what I'm saying, we are all spoiled. Like the way you're talking, you're all spoiled, guys. Come on. This guy told so many right things and so many wrong things. I agree with that. But why you disagree with every shit? Like, come on. Every person has their opinion. We can talk about it. 3 of it is right, 2 of it is wrong. Even your opinion can be wrong or right, whatever. Why you so like, I don't know how I can say it. Like, why you think like everything he says is wrong? That's my question.
I think it's because he doesn't trust him.
The guy, if you Doctor, you actually haven't watched the compilations. Jordan Peterson has a mental issue. this is totally my opinion, right? But I believe it's caused by the benzos that he took for too long. He fried his brain. If you go watch the videos of him crying, most of the time, he's just having a normal sit-down discussion, and he becomes overwhelmed with emotions. That's not normal. Normal people can talk about, like, the death of their children without breaking down crying. Jordan Peterson has a hard time talking about, like, God without breaking down crying. You can see there's something wrong with him. If this was someone in your family who broke down crying over such, like, simple, mundane things, you would want them to seek out help.
I like that opinion, but I'm not a fan, by the way. I'm just trying to investigate everything scientifically. But he talks so many, like, fact stuff that you don't like it. He talks about many facts about men, right? Maybe women, they don't like it. I don't care. He just talks about the facts. Half of it is true, half of it is wrong. I don't give a shit. But he's a valuable man because he studied that shit, right?
I mean, you said he's talking about facts, and you follow that up with half of it's right, half of it's wrong.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not following him like as my God or as the circle. Half of it's wrong. I don't believe in him, right? But he talks about, like, true things that nobody talks about before.
Okay, so what happens if I throw a complete total left field? I'm intentionally throwing a wrench into the gears of this conversation. This is an intentional decision. Sam, if I'm fucking your shit up, please stop me. I want to disrupt this current energy pattern because we're simply talking about Jordan Peterson still. So here's something that I think about. And I think it would be an interesting thing to discuss and maybe even analyze and, investigate deeper, explore perhaps. I've been thinking a lot about the order and responsibility. And there's something there, and I don't know yet what it is. I don't know yet how to define it, and I don't know yet how they can be affected by one another and how they can be... Does that make any sense? I don't know. It's something I've been thinking about a lot. So yeah, power and responsibility. That's where my head's at.
Is this the time for me to throw in the Spider-Man quote from one who has great privilege comes great responsibility? No?
It's power.
Okay.
Not privilege, but...
Thank you.
Monica.
No, thank you, Jarl, for the correction. I stand a correction when I'm wrong. I rarely get corrected by Jarl.
Are you willing to admit now that you were wrong about Mike Ward's case, that he was actually found not guilty and he was not punished?
I'm saying he probably shouldn't have been tried at all. I still have concerns about compelled speech. But I don't live in Canada, so that's not my problem. That's yours.
A man in the United States was arrested. I know you know this. A man was arrested in the United States for posting a picture of Trump with a direct verbatim quote that Trump said. The quote was, "We need to get over it." I don't see that as being very different. Sometimes you have these exceptional cases in Canada or in the US, and then we use these cases to create precedent and define the scopes of the law. And in this case, Mike Ward is the only person in Canada to ever have been tried with something like that. And guess what? He won and created the precedent that now no one will ever get punished for that. So it's great.
Just a different topic, guys. What do you think about like Tommy Robinson? Do you know him or etc.? I want to understand. Even in the board, they know him.
I tried Tommy Robinson. I think he's a hero, but I know I'm going to get disagreed with. I think he sacrificed greatly to expose the grooming gangs and the horrors that happen when migration without a simulation leads to these problems, these culture clash.
Alright, so how do you know Tommy Robinson? You're not in UK, I guess. You're in a different country. How do you know him?
I'm trying to think the first time I heard of him. And I can't. I've been tracking him that long. 7 or 8 years now, maybe even longer.
7, 8 years. I didn't know him, like, because I live in UK. I didn't know him till last year. He was lost up here.
Jordan Peterson interviewed him a couple times too. He was cruelly treated. They tried to kill him several times. Put him in general pop with a high Muslim population. He was attacked several times in prison. He was put in solitary confinement. He was given food prepared by people who hate him and want to see him dead. He subsisted on cans of tuna. He was emaciated.
He was convicted 5 times in UK and went to jail 5 times. Since 2000. Since 2000, and see, like, we have followers like you. You have no clue, like, about these people.
You don't think I know about Stephen Loxley? Isn't that a dangerous assumption, Doctor?
What do you
How
mean?
do you know what I know unless you ask me what I know? I know his.
Sorry, I'm so. Yeah, because I have a PhD in etc.
Oh, not a PhD.
I feel like I know more than you.
Doctor has a PhD.
Yeah, I know how
Doctor has a PhD. Hey, guys, our opinion is necessarily diminished because Doctor's got a PhD. Damn, I just added you. That's so disappointing.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I just asked you a question. Do you know Tommy Peterson? Do you know Tommy? Even do you know blah blah? You say like I read so many books about that guy. If I say like, do you know about me? You're gonna say again, I read like 10 books about you. Come on.
You just told me that you don't think that I know anything about Tommy Robinson.
How long have you been in UK? How long have you been in UK to know about Tommy
Never
Robinson?
once. Next question.
Okay, so you don't know anything.
When did you meet Socrates? Doctor, when did you meet Socrates? What about Marcus Aurelius? You know the guy? Marcus Aurelius? You
Yes,
met him?
I know that guy. Yes, I know.
You met him?
Yeah.
You met him.
Met him in war.
I mean, you could say, if you've read his stuff, you could say you've met him in a way that no one else has met him. You've met his mind. Like, that's, I don't know.
Hey, look, you know what I'm talking about. He just did 2 logical fallacies.
Wait, who, Marcus Aurelius?
No, Doctor.
Oh.
Sam, I'm going to wish you good night. I feel like I've not helped you in this replay room, even though I met you.
Hi, Monica. It was nice having you.
Was it nice, Sam? But I appreciate the patience. I really, really do.
Yeah, I just want you to know, Jordan Peterson sucks. Fuck Jordan Peterson. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Monica. That's terrible, man. Why would you say that?
I'm just trying to get her riled up again. when she's trying to go to sleep.
She's trying to go to sleep, man. Like,
that bastard.
Like, and chill. Like,
Okay, just 1 minute of praise for Sam. Sam is one of the best, and I mean this as a compliment, one of the best trolls on Clubhouse.
oh,
He
absolutely.
has a way of making people think that's very rare. And he does it with comedic brilliance. It's really appreciated by me. I don't know how many other people appreciate you, Sam, but I think the accolade was deserved.
I think you sound American. It's fun. Thank you for your night. Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
No, Sam, I think you're cool, cat.
Oh, you guys are being so sweet to me. That's really nice.
Jordan Peterson. No, I'm sorry.
Before you go to sleep or whatever, Monica. Oh, she's in the audience. Before you go, Monica, I shared 2 cases in America where people's like literally identical to Mike Ward. They got in trouble for their speech and then it got overturned. They got found guilty and then it's literally identical. You have the same system as Canada. The amount of times I hear Americans just make shit up about Canada, and then if you do like 2 seconds of Google searches, you find that it's either like the same in America or they're just wrong.
Yeah.
Canadians gotta cool it with your SJW-ness. You guys gotta calm down.
Americans do like to make shit up. We do that.
Like, I get it. You don't want to be mean to the minorities that have been enslaved in the past. You want to be nice to all the ethnicities that get shit on. But, like, you don't need to do... oh, my God. Like, what did what did wokeism turn into? Just this, like... Ugh, just filth. just garbage. Oh, my God.
You woke people like you are so much more obsessed with discussing these topics and like wanting the people to discuss it your way. I haven't seen a quote unquote woke SJW in like a decade. But conservatives who want to debate these topics all day long, there's
Oh, I hear you. Listen, I had some bad experiences. I was living in an East Coast city in the height of wokeness. So 2016, I go to like this place and they're like, we're going to talk about racism, but we're only going to allow us to use the definition of racism that I am giving you, which is so funny. It would be like, we're going to have a discussion about ethics, but by ethics, we mean Kantian, the sense in which Kant used the term. And like, and no other views of ethics will be allowable in this ethics discussion. Like, it was just so silly. Such a fucking brain dead exercise. Like, we should be allowed to discuss how we think about racism and not constrain the conversation artificially.
Yeah, that's so true, especially for American, because you don't have any race, guys. Like,
we don't have races?
No, Americans, all immigrants come back to 50 years ago. Come on, you are all immigrants. Like, if you see Palestinian people, etc.
Oh my goodness, some people just shush your chatter holes. Just shush your chatter holes.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Dude. The 2016s, I lived, dude, that was my personal Vietnam. Was living in Boston in fucking 2016. SJW's trying to cancel you for everything. Oh my God. You said retard. Oh my God. You don't agree with what their notion of men and women are. You're fucking dead, brother. You're fucking dead, brother. You're fucking toast. I'm coming for you, brother. Get SummerSlam. Us SJWs are gonna take you out. We're gonna call up on your boss. We're gonna get you fired. It's gonna be a chokeslam firing. Brother. Listen, brothers. He, them, she, whatever, brothers. Trump said his Vietnam was having sex in the 80s and avoiding AIDS, so that might be easier.
Maybe. And by the way, what did woke turn into? You're seeing it now. Woke turned into Donald Trump because the country said bullshit and swung the pendulum the other way, far to the other side. And I hope all of you woke people that supported wokeness are happy with what you got. No, I guarantee you, I've seen it many times before. The pendulum will swing back to the center. But let that be a lesson to all of you. You don't want to take the pendulum and go from all the way right to left or the other side, vice versa. You want to bring it a little towards the middle. Because when, as you said, when you start telling people what pronouns they have to use, when you start telling people what they can and cannot say, when you start telling people what they can and cannot do, people are going to revolt. So your question, what happened to woke? The answer to me is clear. Fucking Donald Trump.
Here, Steve. The wokes don't realize how much the wokeness caused Trump, because they think it's just like the racism. The middle America is just racist. But like really, it was just really annoying for people that were getting talked down to and like having their language policed to be said, you know what, fuck you. Like, fuck you trying to have your sanctimony, your moral high ground. You don't deserve your moral high ground. You're a piece of shit. I hate you. I'm voting for the person you most despise just to punish you. Like,
Absolutely correct. Look at what defund the police did. Defund the police was one of the sole, if not the main reasons why there are 100 million more guns in circulation now than before 5 years ago. It's a fact that we had 300 million guns in circulation in 2020. Now we have 400 million guns in circulation 5 years later. Why? Defund the police? I know that's when I bought my first gun. I've shot guns before, but I didn't want to have a gun in the house. And then when I'm hearing defund the police, if I need to call 911 and no one's going to call,
Yeah, defund the police has to be one of the dumbest ideas I've ever heard advocated for.
Why don't they ask for something more reasonable, like, get rid of qualified immunity, make it easier for cops to get arrested. Put body cameras on everyone. Like, no, it's defund. It's like we don't arrest people anymore. No more cops. We just got a fucking anarchy now. Enjoy.
Defund the police was a very interesting thing, but to say that people who are against police brutality haven't fought against qualified immunity and the shield doctrine and all of the crazy, like, that's just not the case. It's just, there's an overwhelming stronghold and it'll never move. And so they use these cases of, inflammation, whatever it might be, that makes it all over the media to then do something quick and fast without, without any true understanding of the implications. But it's interesting that they were even able to pull that off, enough people in one area to get it done. But yeah, I've been fighting against the shield doctrine and qualified immunity for, I don't know, 20 years. And I know people have done it longer, much longer than, I'm not the first to the fucking scene. But it doesn't matter. And you know what's interesting, Steve? You said something. You said when people are forced to do something, right, they're going to resist. When people are forced to do something, they're going to resist. I hope, and I hope that people are going to soon realize that, there's things in even a federal constitutional republic When you force people, this is gonna end up culminating to the point that we're at. It's gonna get worse from here. People don't want to be forced. We can't even look at the situation with this Jennifer Good, right? Most people are looking at that and they're immediately tying some liberal leftist loony with pink hair, pink and purple hair, and underarm with long underarm hair, and whatever else. It just completely unprincipled. I'm not even mad anymore. I mean, the country's fucked up. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody's principled. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Jennifer Good, I'm happy that she stood for one thing that was a good thing, right? But guaranteed, she didn't stand for all of the other things that principally, logically, match that same category, right? She stood for the stuff that she wanted to, and that's the problem.
I appreciate
it's a bunch of bullshit.
I appreciate the compliments, but I'm confused. What did she stand for?
She felt that individual liberty, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is something that the America was founded on. She believed that people have an ability to due process and all these other things that what created America. And you have ICE now going around kidnapping people, no warrants. They don't get due process. They're just being shipped up and shipped out. And I'm not disagreeing, and I appreciate that. But how do we know that she stood for that, please? Well, what I understood was she was part. That's why they had the whistles, right? That's what the wife was talking about. They're there because this ICE watch was the equivalent to the abolitionists after the Fugitive Slave Act, right? Abolitionists and the black community vigilance spotters that would go around and warn everybody when the slave catchers were coming.
So they're now spinning a narrative that Good was like the abolitionist during slavery.
No, that's what I'm saying to you, and I'll stand by that.
No, I just wanted to know where it was coming from. That's what you're saying, which is fine. You're entitled to that opinion. No problem. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like that's what it's about, right? She didn't want people being captured, right?
And I guess she was doing her midnight ride of Paul Revere. The British are coming, or
civil disobedience.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Civil disobedience. When a people have found that the laws and the mores are no longer legitimate, then what do? When you try to address through the proper channels and that isn't working, what do you do to effectuate immediate, release or a reduction of harm? She's doing what she best could do.
I'm not aware that she attempted to address through the proper channels. In fact, what I'm aware of was after Trump won the election, she picked up her and her family and moved to Canada for a short bit, but then came back. But
I think her whole family moved to Canada. I think she moved to Minneapolis.
Yes. And then came back. Yes.
Well, I guess she was there for 2 years, but I mean, like, that doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Because if an abolitionist, right, like, you use the same thing. If an abolitionist moved out of the country, right, because they rejected slavery at the time, right, and then they came back to fight and stand to fight you're not going to give them shit about it, right? You're going to say, okay, cool, that's awesome. I understand why you left, and I'm proud of you to come back. But.
No, cool. Cool.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, but I guess I don't quite understand. Like, if her message was good, or if her message was bad, like, why does it make any difference? Like, it doesn't relate to anything else.
Well, we have no confirmation at this moment what her message was. I specifically asked that.
No, but Steve, what I'm saying is, I don't see how it's relevant what her message is. She could have the greatest message ever, or the worst message ever. I don't see how it affects how it's related to what happened and how we judge what happened. What happened has nothing to do with her message, right? Or am I missing something?
is when ICE comes into the area, you blow the whistle and you yell ICE, and you let everybody know, you give them an opportunity to escape, right? And to move away, not answer the door, do whatever they have to do, because they're coming. They know where you live. They know who they're looking for. So that's the whole point. And you see like all these crazy videos, and I mean like this old lady in North Carolina that came out with like a gun. They had ICE came onto her property because there were these two guys doing work on her yard, and the old lady was like, not in my home, get out of here, right? You saw this woman just yesterday or the day before, I don't know when it happened. She's working DoorDash. She's a DoorDasher, and she's literally working DoorDash, delivering food to her client, and ICE goes to capture her. She runs in the home of the client, for like a sanctuary, right? Crying, terrified. You see the son, and this is all within like the past 48 hours. A son who was defending his father, born here in America, right? Defending his father. His father lived here and is taking care of his disabled son, right? His disabled older son, and they're coming to get him. He's already been in the country for 20 years. And ICE came, and that was it. Too bad. Sorry. Packing you up. So what is she doing? She's getting there before ICE can, or while ICE is coming, and blowing the whistle, saying, let's go. Get out. Run. Do whatever you got to do. It's the best that you can do. And when we're at this point. But that's the issue. The country doesn't see this. We're not seeing eye to eye. Everybody's just saying, oh, yeah, they're these lefty liberal loonies, when half of the country, and I mean, like, I don't doubt it. And I think that a lot of it, listen, I'm not a liberal. I'm 100% not a liberal. I think entitlement, I think redistribution of wealth. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm a capitalist pig. I love capitalism. I love private property, but I also love freedom. And I'm not a tyrant, and I'm not a sick person. I'm not gonna teach or try to convince you that one of the most productive populations in our country are harmful, and we're not the criminals, right? The criminals, good luck. ICE, they're better with ICE than they would be with me. I'll take you out myself if you're a criminal. You harm somebody, I have no time for that. You've lost my shield of reciprocation of rights. But if you're a peaceful person here, and you're working, and I mean, yeah, I'll stand with you. You could come take sanctuary in my home. And right now, I'm a dangerous person. I'm a 40-year-old woman who's single with no kids. I have nothing to fucking lose. Like, I would definitely go out with fucking fireworks to stand for this. Like, 110%. Is this crazy?
Well, B-Master, you do have one thing to lose, and that is you and I have never met in IRL. That being said, love you too in more than a clubhouse way. I am also a capitalist pig. I'm 65 years old. I live alone with my dog and my 9mm. And I think it was a bad shoot. I talked about it hugely on my show this morning. I've done a lot of research, and I hopefully we all agree that killing someone is always the last option. It's always the last resort. And in my humble opinion, I stress my opinion, other options were available. So, B-Master, before you do something stupid, come on out to Casa de Appel. I'll roll out the red carpet and treat you like the queen you deserve to be.
I love it. Do you know what's funny? Do you know people have told me, some of the most intelligent people too on this app, they tell me that I'm a danger to society and that I should be taken out, and I think that that's so interesting. I'm a peaceful person. I've never harmed another peaceful person in my entire life, and I never intend to do it. I don't care what you do, and you're on your own private property. I don't want to control you. I don't have nothing. But I think that that's so fascinating, that that type of freedom is so scary to so many people. I don't know. But do you know what the other crazy thing? I didn't hear a single the right, and this is what's frustrating because I know that the right isn't unreasonable largely. I know the left isn't unreasonable largely, but when we get in these political spouts where the politics is split so heavily, right? You have right now the large majority of Republicans. I was just looking at some Pew research, some Pew research survey. What are they called? The polls, the pollings, the surveys, and a few others, and they're all saying that Republicans. I'm talking like 70-80% are in favorable views. They have favorable views of ICE. And then the complete opposite is the Democrats. Democrats, 70-80% are unfavorable, right? And strongly, both are strong about it. So we're completely split on this issue, and I don't think that both sides are unreasonable. But we can't even come together to look at the principle of something because we're so frustrated at each other politics. And we think, what, you know what I mean? So I haven't heard a single conservative say, the first shot I can see is reasonable, but the second and the third shots are completely unjustifiable, right? And we have legal precedents in multiple court cases, ninth circuit court, Supreme Court, and they all say that. They all say that you once he's out of the way, right? But nobody's willing to even admit that because we're trying so hard to defend our politics, and that's what's frustrating for me. How do we bridge that?
Well, that's why I was saying, like, I'm completely message agnostic. I think people are making a big mistake when they say, like, her message was good or her message was bad, because it's just not relevant. And, like, the only thing that matters is, like, are actions legal, not legal? Was there a threat, not a threat? She could have the best message in the world or she could have the worst message in the world. But I just don't think it's relevant to judging like what happened that day if that's the purpose. I mean, like I just don't understand why anyone is examining what her message is.
Is irrelevant in my humble opinion. The only thing is whether or not it was a good shoot. In my humble opinion, it wasn't, because it wasn't the last option. Killing somebody is always the last option, in my humble opinion. There were other options available.
Do you think intent is important in determining what happens?
Absolutely, yes. Intent is very important, sure.
So then, wouldn't the message, I mean, it has to somewhat be...
Why don't you ask me, Uncle Steve, what other options are you referring to?
No, I apologize, okay, Steve, I was referring to Euro. Euro
no problem.
Yeah. No, because I agree with you, and I love that comment, Steve, by the way. I apologize.
Actually, I don't think intent is particularly relevant if you're referring to her intent. So the real test is, given what the officer knew, what he observed, right? Are his actions reasonable or not reasonable under the circumstances? So you literally have to just judge like what happened, and so apparently Steve has done his analysis. He thinks other options were available, and I think that's a factor, but that alone wouldn't indict him, because it's not just a question of whether other options were available. It's really a question of, given the circumstances, was deadly force reasonable to be used at the time that it was used? And it's obviously a difficult assessment, and I've heard people make arguments both ways.
Well, in this discussion, it's extremely easy. Deadly force is only reasonable when it's the last option, when there are no other options available. I hope you agree with that.
Yeah, but
you can certainly make an argument that there were no other options, which is fine. But deadly force is only reasonable when it's the last option. Don't you agree?
I largely agree, but it's not a question of whether it's theoretically available. It's really a question of whether it's reasonable under the circumstances that the person is in.
And I'm telling you, the only time deadly force is reasonable is when it's the last option. I'm telling you this.
Yeah, and I'm saying it's only reasonable when it's the last option based on the person's understanding and knowledge at the time versus a theoretical. Yeah, versus a theoretical, omniscient point of view. So it's not just.
Do you think what you see and what you know about this situation, it was the last option? There were no other options.
I really don't know. I haven't examined it.
Don't know, and that's a perfect answer. No problem.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't examined it enough. But I'm just saying, if somebody wants to take that position, I've heard people, make reasonable arguments on both sides. You really have to examine it from that officer's perspective, right? Not from a God perspective. From his perspective, based on what he saw at the time and what he observed. Were his actions reasonable or unreasonable? And I think it's a difficult assessment. I think.
I don't at all. I think that is a textbook extrajudicial killing. I think that our administration has already made it clear as day that that's something that they fuck with, and that's something that they do. They are okay with extrajudicial killings. I'm not okay with that because, like, I'm a member of the United States of America. I'm a fucking citizen here, and if you're cool with like murdering people in the street, I'm not really quite sure I want to be any part of whatever the fuck this administration's like black hat fucking like party is. Like, okay. Personally, I do not respect whatever the fuck authority ICE may or may not have been granted. ICE wasn't a thing until less than less than 5 years ago. I really don't even know, but it's a recent development. Like, this is a thing that hasn't really been a thing until recently. This is a thing that Jesus Christ. This is a thing that if you don't have a high school diploma, or rather, if you have a high school diploma and, an internet connection, you can apply to start working with ICE and get there's some fucking bonus right now. There's like a $50,000 bonus to sign up to do ICE shit. Right? I don't know. I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but I'm just not cool with people killing people. Like, straight up. Why are we killing people? And especially, why are we killing people? Because the alternative is they'll stay in our country and be alien to our, I don't get it. I don't get it. It sucks. I'm not here for it. Fuck it.
People have to get behind one very simple, I'll call it a fact. When you have an option not to kill, you don't kill. Let me repeat that. When you have an option not to kill, you don't kill. Period. End of story. There are no excuses. There's nothing else to talk about. And if you can't get behind that, then there's nothing further to discuss, in my humble opinion.
So ICE was created in 2003 in response to 9/11, and prior to that, there was immigration enforcement through various other agencies. But it's true, yeah. The ICE mandate is a little bit different than the CBP mandate. And the government isn't arguing that they isn't arguing in favor of extrajudicial killing, or that she was killed because of crimes that she committed or anything like that.
They called her a domestic terrorist.
I understand, but that's not the reason for shooting her. Their justification, the argument that they're advancing, is that the officer was hit and that the car posed a a weapon that could cause seriously bodily injury. Now, they could be right about that, they could be wrong about that, but that's the argument being advanced.
And they are wrong about that.
Yeah, they could be.
I think at best, he was diagnosed with a hip contusion. I don't even know if there was a laceration of the skin. Now, 6 months earlier, he was dragged 100 yards and had to have 20 to 30 stitches. But in this case, it was a pinprick. It was a nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think it's necessarily important how significant his injury was. If he was,
but you're the one that brought it up.
No, it's not what I brought up. I said that the argument advanced by the DOJ is that he was struck by the car and that an assessment was made that the car could be used as a weapon and posed an imminent threat to seriously body injury. It doesn't mean that he experienced seriously body injury.
Arms can always be used as weapons.
Well, that's an assessment that has to be made at the time whether the threat is imminent versus speculative. So if it's an imminent threat, then it is possible that the use of deadly force can be authorized.
Not if there's not another option.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what's allowed under U.S. law.
And I'm telling you also what's allowed under U.S. law. If there's another option, you don't use deadly force.
Right, but deadly force can be authorized if there
is no other option and it's the last resort.
Yeah, I think that's what's mostly disputed with this, whether he had another option or whether...
Exactly. Yes, that's correct.
So the argument, what we're arguing about right now is exactly what, the nation's arguing about. But I have to tell you, like, I was sitting, I don't do much in my life. My life is very calm the past several years. Well, I don't know if it's calm.
Well, now you really need to come to Casa de
Yeah, amen. I need some fun. And so I have a lot of time to think. Like, that's basically what I do all the time. Like, I just think, and I literally went to bed thinking about this. This was the last thing I went to sleep, and I was just like, if I was this guy and this just happened to me, would I have been... Why was he the one in front of the vehicle? Like, I mean, and he knew that she was back in the car. I mean, I think we would have had like a trauma response. Like, I would have backed up. I would have been definitely out of the way or given enough space. I mean, I know you could say hindsight, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But then I also noticed that even before her car moved, and this was interesting, he was like circling the car, and he had the phone in his right hand, which is also his shooting hand. And he was, recording, and then he went around the back, and then when he got to the side, I think he got really pissed at this point. Like, this is what I'm thinking, like, he was probably fuming. He was fuming. These guys, the ladies were taunting him. He was pissed. He's trying to do his job. That silver car on the other side of her, that was his vehicle. I'm assuming, because I saw some other footage of him going in and out of that vehicle, right? So he's pissed. He's angry. And even before he goes in the front of the vehicle, around the front, he switches the phone from his right hand to his left hand, making it very easy to grab a you-know-what. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was prepared. It's just something that I noticed. And I'm like, why? Because wouldn't you step out of the way before you make it a point to, like, go and grab all of this stuff? I think it was just a total cop-out. And it's horrible that so many people are making it like this justification, because I've seen crazy instances of crazy people, in cars, and you just jump out of the way. But first one, I could say, if I wanted to be really, really reasonable, or I wouldn't say reasonable, really, really charitable, I'd give you the first shot. But the second and the third, and then the fucking bitch at the end, that was his last words. If after you shoot somebody in the face, aren't you going to have some, like, shouldn't your shouldn't you be in crisis mode if you're scared, where you get the auditory exclusion, where you get the, and you start everything, your adrenaline, and he had the time to be like, fucking bitch. I'm like, what the, I don't know. It doesn't look good to me.
Well, one of the people that were watching immediately said, I'm a physician, let me help, and they prevented him from helping her.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, man. The FBI actively impeded the ability. Oh God, it's dumb.
It's a horrible situation any way you look at it. And any way you look at it, someone lost their life that, in my humble opinion, did not deserve to die because other options were available. And I realize that the feds have a narrative. They're spinning their narrative that there were no other options. I just don't agree with the feds.
Did we hear that they said something like, is it automatic qualified immunity? Like there is no...
I can answer that one. This is going to fall under federal law. Arguably, he has complete immunity, but not necessarily. It's going to be examined, and if he acted willfully out of his capacity of a federal officer, then he may not have that immunity. That remains to be seen.
Yeah, so the legal standard, like I said, was established under Tennessee versus Garner. But the legal standard established by the court is not last available option, or if no other option. It literally says deadly force cannot be used unless the officer has probable cause to believe the suspect poses a significant threat of either death or serious bodily harm. That's the only thing the government needs to establish for him to be the case, and that was reaffirmed under Connor versus Graham as well. So the legal standard is was that a reasonable position of the officer or not? And then in Graham versus Connor, dealt with the issue of excessive force, which I think is what Steve is alluding to, and the court said in that case that all claims of excessive force by law enforcement officers have to be analyzed under the Fourth Amendment's objective reasonable standard. So that's the legal standard that's applied. Was it reasonable? You can't use hindsight. You can't inquire into the officer's motivation or intent.
And when is it reasonable?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you, when is it reasonable?
Well, like I said, according to the court, you have to make a determination whether or not the officer had a reason to believe that, or not a reason to believe, a probable cause that the suspect could inflict either, posed a threat to either death or serious bodily injury. And so the government is making the argument that the fact that that the officer was struck and that she continued could lead an officer to reasonably have that probable cause. So you can argue for that's the case, or against that's the case. I'm not taking a position because I haven't seen enough video clips to evaluate and have a position. But it's possible to me either way, and I would have to really look at the footage to see what an officer should conclude under those conditions.
Yeah, and I think there's something too. You said there was Tennessee versus Garner. There was something too about that officer. It was some sort of. I want to say it was a Ninth Circuit held a jury, and years ago, and said that it's you can't have deadly force. Like, deadly force is unreasonable, where an officer is stepping in front of a vehicle when they could have avoided harm by just stepping to the side and moving away.
All right, let me. Oh, were you finished? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Were you
Sorry,
finished?
yeah, I couldn't get it out. But I want to say it was something I want to say in California in San Fran.
Let me continue to what was said a few minutes ago, because some of what should have been said was not. The use of force is judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene at the moment the force is used, considering the totality of the circumstances. The assessment does not involve 20/20 hindsight or the officer's underlying intent or motivation. Imminent threat. An imminent threat is one that must be instantly confronted and addressed. Fear of future harm, no matter how great, is not enough to justify deadly force. Proportionality and necessity. Force must be proportional to the threat and used only when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternative appears to exist. If possible and safe, a verbal warning must be blah, 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 blah. That being said, I want to reemphasize, which I haven't said yet here, but I've said many times before. I'm fully aware that law enforcement officers have literally seconds to make a life and death decision. I have never put in that situation. So I understand what they're going through. Well, I've never been put in that situation. Hopefully I never have to. But once again, trust me, using deadly force is the last.